Kentucky, she's waiting on the other side. Give you the fever, put the daylight in your eyes. Brother John's already gone with the full-blood Cherokee maiden. He made the trip in the blizzard's grip and rather wrestle Satan. Cumberland cat, devil of a cat. Oh, the snow kept coming. Picked her up on his back. My God, he loved that woman. Daniel stood on the pinnacle rock, looking up and down the mountain. Took his trusty old flintlock. Daniel started shouting, shouting. Kentucky, she's waiting on the other side. Give you the fever, put the daylight in your eyes. Cumberland Gap, devil of a cat. Cumberland Gap, devil of a cat. Cumberland Gap, devil of a cat. Cumberland Gap, devil of a cat.
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Do they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your partner?
Everything's a copy, copy, copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells,
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Wow. Nice. You're doing good. Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm also doing good. Wow.
Alrighty, we're back. And here everybody says super loud jaw crack. But yeah, we're back. It's finally the big day. Finally the big day. We can officially say we are closing out. We are closing out our beloved comic project. It's finally done. Clippable bow moment. Yeah. And we are back. Yeah. Yeah, time to buy 1,000 copies of the Comic Craze second comic crash. Yeah, you're also doing good. Yay, yeah. So we finally know the title of Hiroya Oku's next manga, Kanreki Hime. Can't wait. Yeah. Sup, stinky loser. Yeah. And Saturday CYBERPOP stream. Yeah. So how's it feel? It feels good. It feels good that we finally been able to put a cap on this. Would you do a Killer Clowns from Outer Space review for spooky season? Oh, I love that movie. I love that movie so much. It's so good. The big day Rachel gets preggers. Phoenix Gaming, $2. Here's $2. Uses destroy your enemies. And see Colonel Sanders' great grandnephew is now leaking company secrets. Yeah. We're actually in the best timeline. We've never been so back. About Silent after you played it. Jesus Christ, amazing game's long too. It's like 10 hours and there's still more. Yeah, it's super good. I really liked it. The Onimusha segment, when you get the fox arm, is a little weird, where I'm like, okay, that's kind of out there. But yeah, when you get to like the second half of the story, which is how Hinako goes completely batshit insane, like is visibly twitching during cutscenes and is just rambling like a lunatic, I was like, okay, I'm on board with this. No, special stream, I got a call from a buddy at work. Apparently a Russian dude screaming over local work radios freaked him out. I gotta play Cyberpunk. No, we have a plan for tonight. We have a plan. Right situation like Red Sony, the only person worthy of her is someone who can beat her in a drinking competition. But yeah. So tonight we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. I just gotta make sure to grab some things on my end. Do. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah. And I gotta grab... Yeah, I can kind of show this off. Yeah, this would be fun. This would be fun. Alright. So I got the materials I absolutely need. People's reaction to Sound Health taught me that gamers deserve all the hate devs have for them. Big Buddha for $100. Woo, you did the thing. Is the second comic gonna hit the tower? More than likely. And you know what? You get a heart. You get a heart. You get a little heart. Tiny little heart, but it's good. It's good. Also, Rock Solid saying, I don't know if it's Souls slot because of the combat. It is absolutely 100% not. If you play it like a Souls game, you're gonna die. With this tell you have actually you'll have surprised someone saw a Comicscape made an actual comic be getting out the door within just a year. Yeah. Pragmatic Girl eats your RAM. I love it. It's so cute. See that Astroturf guy who's trying to be a new Charlie Kirk. He was pushed hard by the algorithm. His dad said Section 8 housing made millions from it. I mean, I have no idea. I'm not paying attention to it. The second comic has hit Indiegogo. And sir, another Buddha donations hit the stream. But yeah. So SDay, we're gonna talk a little bit about how this is all gonna work. You know, getting people their fulfillment and some cool little updates and all that, and some plans. You know, but we can't show off everything, you know. Black Crab say book 2 campaign flopped even after you streamed it. The author put on work, got the refund today from campaign. Yeah, it sucks. She really did want to get that done, and you know the people she was working with were great. It's just kind of one of those of I think it was just bad luck, you know. You think we'll see the eclipse in the upcoming chapter of Berserk? It's hard to say, probably. I should play Liza P for Spooky Month. I do really like Liza P, and apparently the DLC is really good. With people who hate the game and suddenly love it as soon as their favorite YouTube SAS says it's good. Silent Hill F? Yeah. Well, they're trying to make a big deal about the whole, like, women's rights angle in the story, but the big thing is that is just one layer of it. There is a lot more going on. Once he went by after another yesterday and ended up walking out of the theater. Watched the 90s remake of Night of the Living Dead. Thought it was fun. Yeah, it has Tony Todd. Hard to say no to that. Went third cover, but $70 where I am. I'll check it out online. Sorry, it's all good. It's all good. You did your best. You're not supposed to release the comic. It's supposed to be in limbo for like 10 years. Yeah, I feel bad for Rena. Yeah, like I said, I think it was just bad luck. Because the art looked good. She had a fun idea for the story. I think it was just kind of one of those of, man, it just doesn't work out sometimes. See the dumb shit DSP said about the Wolverine game? Well, dumb shit and DSP go hand in hand. Isn't the idea the main character doesn't want to become her mother? There's kind of a few different things going on where basically there's 3 or 4 different interpretations of what's happening. Now, obviously, things are more explained in each ending, but basically, Hinako might be having her entire mind rewritten by this fox god that is trying to make her more accepting of the deal. Basically, your old life sucked anyway. Your old life was awful. You should just live with me. Because I'm noticing in New Game Plus, characters are acting subtle, with like very subtle differences. Big Buddha for another $100. Oops. Okay, I guess you get another heart. He gets 2. He's gonna be that kid. He's gonna stack up all the hearts and get pudding at the end. Bill Moseley is Johnny in the remake of Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, the remake's actually a lot of fun. I like it. Yeah, Phil basically said Wolverine being so violent's out of character. Yeah, I stayed. Dumbass and DSP kind of go hand in hand. You absolute mad lad. It's got the Ryokushi staple, having the first playthrough be confusing, second playthrough making it seem like it's all metaphorical, and the third making it very clear there's actual magic and gods. Yeah. Like, New Game Plus, I'm going through it, and they're making more direct references to the idea of fox marriages, which is basically a woman goes missing and they have no idea what the fuck happened. They just kind of label it as a fox marriage, and that she was taken away by an Inari and is going to become a fox wife. It's basically a local tradition way of saying she went missing. We have no idea where the fuck she is. But yeah, New Game Plus for Sound Hoof, fascinating. I really like it so far. It's really interesting. Must they come from Lolly Streams, come from Buddha. He's a good man. He also owns half of Shota's house. Bossmass did nothing wrong. He's a cool guy. He explicitly did a lot wrong. All the women simping for him are terrifying. It's like, this dude's like fucking evil. So they become Kirsch? Always spoilers, just started the game. Yeah. I'm trying to speak more in vague, but I did just beat the game, so I'm all excited. I want to talk about it. I'll get Dead Rising off the record. The video for that, I got to finish 3, which is after Man on Fire, which Man on Fire, I'm pretty much finishing up the script for that. And then after 3, you have 4. Then after 4, you have Deluxe. And after that is off the record. Again, he's cute, but he's sketchy. So enough, and Silksong kind of proved COVID fucked some people up irreversibly. Never thought I'd see the day Silksong is bad for the industry because TC is an indie. But he's hot. Are not allowed to portray toxic households with husbands and fathers being abusive? Well, no, like I said, it's this thing of we don't even know how reliable Hinako is as a narrator. The ending of the normal ending literally screams in your ear, Hinako was not seeing what was actually happening. She was lost in her own head. So all the moments in the story that are weird and kind of seem like... There's like 2 or 3 scenes that directly have a character break character, and it's like they're talking about an argument that is from a completely different situation. I don't like your eggs. Scrambled. And there's a reason I called him Fox Groomer. Yeah. Fuck you, Buddha. I don't want any hearts. I only get a silent treatment. Also, I want the dead don't die. And fuck, it was not only, it was like Pizarro version of Shaun of the Dead. Oh, we have to believe all women. I'm going to review Owl House. It's possible the family were not bad. She's lost in the sauce. Unironically, there might actually be a little bit of that. So the game was all in the head. God damn it. I'm trying not to fucking spoil shit. But basically, there is a supernatural element, and that supernatural element is affecting the way she's seeing reality, which is kind of part and parcel with Silent Hill games, but it's to the extent of what's going on. What type of stuff do you like putting in your eggs? Pepper is usually good. Yeah, sunny side up and over hard's best. See a finale of Alien Earth? Not yet. I still haven't seen that or the new episode of Peacemaker. I haven't had time. You and Shota plan on playing Gears of War Reloaded? It would be fun as co-op. We know what character Shota will play. How do I time out streamers for spoilers? Which root beer do you like the most? A&W Barks. I like Barks because there's a little bit more of that licorice flavor. So people complaining about the game only saw the surface level themes. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot more going on in that story. Even the normal end, like the normal ending specifically points to there's a lot more going on. Because you get some revelations about what's going on in the sense of, oh, Hinako is like actually insane. Like across all Silent Hill protagonists, she is the most mentally unstable one. Like hands down. Yeah, White Claudia. There are references to White Claudia. There's references to like all the games. Like there's a level where you can go into a room and there's like a giant fox statue and the eye follows you and it's a Silent Hill 4 reference. It's actually really cool. Bon Voyage, not a pretty cool guy for a month. I'm sorry, Larry, for being a broke college student, not buying a comic book. I promise to make it up to you by using your code and buying a cup. It's all good, man. It's all good. More than James? Significantly more than James. I'm not even kidding. Like, the ending of Route 1 is her just babbling like a lunatic, running down the street, hearing things that are not there. Like, it makes it very clear, oh, this woman's like fucking crazy. Even crazier than that lady. We find the graveyard in 2, yeah. Use code TALL at checkout, yeah. Oh, I was right kidding, Unico. Like, it's not even a thing of, like, she only snaps at the end. By the second half of the story, after the middle school, I would say, she visibly starts becoming more unstable. Like I said, she starts twitching in cutscenes. She starts babbling to herself. She starts reacting to situations in very weird ways. Like, they make it clear, oh, she's already lost her fucking mind. I remember as a kid going into that room in Silent Hill 4 fucked me up, yeah. Barks Enjoyer, yay. It's good shit. Yeah, man loves a psycho bitch as much as he does going full lib shit midway through. I'm gonna throw something at you. The feminist propaganda story about a woman going fucking insane. Yeah, and there's multiple levels to the insanity, and that's what I'm trying not to spoil. Because there are revelations that really do make you wonder, how much of what she was dealing with was actually real? How much of it was she was manipulated into believing it? So enough is about therapy in the most fucked up way. What's your favorite ginger ale? Fuck, I forgot the brand name of it. It's got a leprechaun on it, but it's a really good, like, ginger soda, because they pack it full of ginger. I like ginger. I'd say Watch the Dead Don't Die, and it was not only boring, it was like Pizarro version of Shaun of the Dead, yeah. I think of the Addams Family, which family version do you like the most? I never got into it. That was a little bit before my time. I know it's got, like, a huge legacy, though. Yeah, I absolutely love the end of F. I'm going to complete it if possible, and finding out that everyone around her is just as fucked up, if not more fucked up than her, really hurt. Yeah, that was the big thing. Like, everyone involved in the story is batshit crazy in their own way. Totally real spoilers for reals. The whole game was because Hinako didn't use code TALL at checkout and Loli found her. Where I find the crack version of Silent Hill F? It's probably... fuck. What was it? Fit Girl? I think they have it up already. Man, Silent Hill's best therapy session you ever get for free. You might die, but if you survive, you'll be fine. A lot of what you talking about, my New Game Plus ending was that the aliens who caused everything, they were chased away by the neighborhood watch, yeah. I make a soda at Ginger's because it tastes good. All my homies hate Shoe. Yeah, like I said, that first playthrough is really, really good because you think it's just about the women's liberation, oh, I don't want to be married type thing. And then when you start New Game Plus, immediately from the get-go, you notice, hey, wait a minute, why is the dad not as much of an asshole this time? Like, it was something that I noticed, because I was playing the game, I got to about the 75 to 80% mark, and I'm like, all right, I gotta go to bed, I gotta get some sleep. I woke up early the next morning, and I finished it. I just completely finished it. And I started New Game Plus immediately after, because I'm like, well, I know I'm supposed to, and I really, really liked this ending, so fuck it. And even in my, like, sleep-deprived state, I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like, for fuck's sake. I'm speaking very vague, trust me. I'm incredibly vague. Miyako never played Space Wars, the Fox guy, I've never liked her. I'll keep seeing people saying Silent Hill F hates men, though, and I don't know shit about it, and the only one I played was the first streamer chat. Is this real? Are we being had? No, like I said, there was a lot more going on in that story. I like the 90s Adam family. Raul Julia as Gomez Adams. Also, Angelica Hostin as Morticia is iconic. You know shit's bad when James the more sane character. Yeah, James really wasn't insane for the most part. His subconscious eating away at the memory he suppressed. Yeah. About Werner's ginger ale winking gnome. It's not a leprechaun's gnome named Woody. Oh, yeah, it is Werner's. Thoughts on rape? I disagree with Linkara. I think it's bad. I saw that too when I was buddies on a buddy's Discord server. The father really is different. Yeah. Like, he's still kind of a dick. But you compare that to the intro of a fresh save, and he's like screaming and ranting and like, oh, get the fuck out of my house. That whole thing. And second playthrough, he's not doing that. And I'm like, am I just not remembering it right? What the fuck happened here? You sure gonna finish Silent Hill on stream? Yeah, the normal ending, yeah. Because you have... You beat the game once, you get the normal ending, and from there, you're able to do New Game Plus and get the other endings. You have to find the conditions for... Because basically, it's like, you have to beat the game 3 times. Beat the game once, you can unlock the other endings. You beat the game on New Game Plus, you can either do good or bad ending. And the third ending after that is true ending. And they all have different conditions you have to remember to do. And they, like, all of the ones after that are very, very, like, oh shit, I have to do that? And I'm not gonna spoil that condition, but it's one of those of like, oh, okay, that's actually kind of a pain in the ass. Isn't Persona 4 just a lighthearted Silent Hill game? People hate misrepresented since they just watch the endings on YouTube with no context instead of playing through and seeing the story notes change in New Game Plus. Yeah. I played on Hardbone, I really suffered through it, but I felt so rewarding because how good the combat was. Fair werewolf, or at least werewolf theme movie? American Werewolf in London, the best. Racing Around Superman for all seasons by Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale was great, and people want the Kents be dead or diluted. I figured Silent Hill would be a shitty therapist because how much it hates you. Yep, Lolly Boy, I want my Rachel Docky re-release, or so help me God, I'm stealing Gabby's. How much does F feel like old Silent Hill? It's kind of, like I said, a mixture of all of them. It takes some cues from Homecoming. It takes some cues from 3 and 4. It takes some cues from 2 with the big twist with the monster chasing you. Like, it's taking elements from every single Silent Hill and kind of remixing them around. Yeah, Silent Hill gets the vibes of classic Silent Hill more than any other game. Yeah, I really liked it. And it goes for the throat. Like, by far, it is the most graphic Silent Hill game. When you get to the rituals, I was actually posting in the Discord like, holy fuck. They get nasty. Favorite vampire movie? Lost Boys or Fright Night? Couldn't stay on stream for long because I'm going to watch Chainsaw Man movie in theaters. Hope the Alabama Georgia game will end soon so I can sleep. Yeah. I had Dark Sun game with 3 Creen asking Ancestors for guidance. Fresh leaves Yum Yum. Glory unto you, O noble ancestor. I have no idea what the hell any of that means. Ugh. Alright, gonna crack my bones here. How optimized is it? I haven't run into too many issues. It would just hiccup from time to time during the late game. But I'm also just playing on a base PS5. From my understanding, PS5 Pro has issues, and the PC version can have issues depending on your graphics card. Base Fright Night Nowhere. Yeah. So again, Silent Hill has cleverly designed and respects the player's intelligence. People react by calling it a soy feminist slob. Most people don't like that Silent Hill doesn't have any connection to the main series. I'm fine with that, because, like, I do not need the member berries to enjoy a new game in a franchise. It's basically people going like, well, where are the member berries? Where are the things that remind me of the other games? And it's like, I mean, you have references. They're just subtle. Like I said, the room with the head staring at you is directly from Silent Hill 4. They reference a white flower that can be used to make a medicine. That's kind of White Claudia. Even the town, Ebisugoka, is like a kind of weird way of saying Silent Hill in Japanese. Still can't believe I didn't buy the Dockies. Butter399 is a pretty cool guy for a month. Congrats on CYBERPOP. It looks cool. Yeah. How would you elevator pitch Silent Hill Left need to sell to people? It is probably one of the most accurate representations of a 90s era J-horror movie. If you like stuff like Ringu or Ju-on or things like that, it very much nails that vibe. Just look at Forest Most removed from the original trilogy. Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah. Begin to think is now the polar opposite. Now people who hate Silent Hill are jokers. People who like it is Murray. You're Murray. Now, remember that one of the reasons people hated Homecoming is because it was filled with pointless member berries? Yeah. Also, during the 4th segment, there's a remix version of Silent Hill's Forest track. Yeah. Yeah, there's a note you can find where outright says this plant came from the U.S. and it causes hallucinations. Yeah. And also, like I said, I don't need it to be member berries. I'm okay with Silent Hill jumping around to different places and kind of building up its own lore in these different areas. Because, I mean, I love Silent Hill. The actual town itself has so much character, and there's so much you can do with it. But at the end of the day, you're going to run into an issue of, well, we've explored every goddamn inch of Silent Hill, and eventually you're going to have to start retconning things and adding on to it to keep games going. So them jumping ship and going to different places. Hell, the franchise itself did that. Like, beginning of Silent Hill 3, you're not in Silent Hill when things start happening. Silent Hill 4, you're not even in Silent Hill through the entirety of that game. It's fucking Ashfield. Homecoming, you're in a town next to Silent Hill. Downpour, you're kind of in the outskirts, and once again, going through different towns affected by it, you know? Now, granted, Homecoming and Downpour sucked, but the point is that even the older games started leaning more into the idea of, you know, you kind of have to start moving settings a bit. Yeah, Silent Hill in Eastern Europe, but nobody knows the difference yet. I plan to sell the comic after the campaign. Well, we're going to save that for the Q&A. We're going to save that a little bit. All I can say is that anything that has to do with eyes makes me go, stop. If you know, you know. Yeah, and you probably would not be a fan of it. You would not be a fan of that ritual. Was Downpour really that bad? It's more just that it was kind of boring. Like, it's worse than just being outright bad. It was just boring. Yeah, some asshole. Where's all the references to previous games? This is not Silent Hill. The exact same asshole. What the fuck? Old shit, nostalgia bait, boomer shit, yuckers, cringe. Yeah, right? Arthur Thompson's not a pretty cool guy for a month. I demand Isekai Silent Hill. I mean, technically, you're always Isekai in a Silent Hill game. Silent Hill in Arlington, Texas. The only people who never touched franchise, even the memes they're making show they didn't. Oh, I know. I saw the ritual. I hated every second. Yeah. The one that got me was the first one. The first one, I was visibly sucking my teeth all the way through. The third one, it didn't really get to me until you see it in the box. When you actually see what she puts in the box, that's where I went, oh my fucking god. Ritual of fingernails being ripped? Worse. So much worse. Yeah, Downpour also had the most buggy launch right up there with HD Collection, yeah. We get more sayings for Silent Hill, like a big city affected by the curse. Imagine going to work one day and never being able to get back home, yeah. Some people are saying Silent Hill F was a game that Konami just slapped the Silent Hill title on to sell it. Yeah, the box is fucked up, yeah. Why Homecoming the one where you're an army? Was Homecoming the one where you're an army dude that had that one had so many confusing endings? Yeah, Homecoming was that one. Throwing Silent Hill 2 remake in with Silent Hill F is trash, meaning they don't know what the fuck they want, just want to complain. Yeah, you're talking about the Rock Solid post. So we never played any of the games, so the supernatural elements present in Silent Hill actually rules imply to be psychological torment. It's both. It's real, but it operates off psychological torment. It gets in your head and fucks with you with your own personal demons. Unless you're talking about Silent Hill 1, in which case that was more of Alessa's fears. Silent Hill 3 is kind of both. Much lighter note, we got a new Space King episode today, yee. I'd be down for Silent Hill spreading if they made it tie into the cult. Kind of like how the King in Yellow affects places and drags them to Carcosa. You can have cultists making Silent Hill spread like STDs. Barry goes to the ritual while he plays a room full of giant spiders, and I play nice with the clown who breaks first. I don't understand why Hinako had to collect all his foreskins to complete the ritual. Yeah, basically you're the architect of your own hell. Yeah. That's Silent Hill 2 and sort of kind of F, things like that. $1 million idea, tropical Silent Hill. I'm late. It's our pretty cool guy's big day, and I'm late. That's on the Suffering is basically my memory hold. I mean, the Suffering's fun. It's a more high-octane, over-the-top version of Silent Hill, but it's still fun. Tropical Silent Hill, isn't that just down here in Florida in the winter when it's really foggy? It's got F since it came out on my birthday. Everything you're saying makes me excited. Yeah. I liked F a lot. F was pretty good. Personally, I'll rank it up there with Silent Hill 4. It will 100% divide people. But if it clicks with you, you're going to go, man, that was fucking good. Also, a Silent Hill game where that was essentially just a movie and it sucks, yeah. Also, alright, Loli, now we funded CYBERPOP. Spills the beans. You and Show have a cameo on Spelling for in Season 3 with a cool autistic gamer. Well, just buy your book. Post costs as much as the item itself, and the exchange rate's crap right now. Don't make me regret it. Yeah. Don't worry, we're already figuring out ways around that. Game of the year? My game of the year is still 100% Expedition. Expedition 33 was fucking amazing. Silent Hill F, I really liked. But that's it. I just really liked it. Interested in Night of the Living Cat? It looks like fun. Really like the idea for Team Silent Hill 5 is going to be the original concept for Silent Hill 3. They got canned by Konami. It was going for horror and daylight art direction. Yeah, F sounds fun and trippy. I'll still wait for a good discount. I mean, yeah. $70 is still too much for any game, so wait on sale. Last Silent Hill be him stuck in a town avoiding giant spiders, saying an OG copy of Berserk from an AI art guy. Blood Don't Forgot DS2. DS2 is really good, but it's not my game of the year. It's still Expedition. Did the cult succeed in the Silent Hill series? I'm not familiar with the lore as much as I used to be, but if it's spreading across the world, it's not like a cult W. It's not really the cult causing everything. It's just the fact of certain areas across the world are just sensitive to being taken over by the influence of Silent Hill because it's placed some mass tragedy and horror and things like that. I cried at the end of the Expedition 33 stream. Yeah. What kind of car do you drive? Wouldn't you like to know? Wasn't Silent Hill 2 horror in daylight? Very arguable considering it was very dark and dreary in Silent Hill 2. Gonna do the same for Dying Light. Looks like fun, but I'm not gonna pay that much. Yeah. I could buy some merch for $67. I mean, you still got time. We haven't officially closed it out just yet. You got a little bit of time. Mafia the Old Country is my game of the year. Alrighty. Well, I think it's, good. As much as I love talking about Silent Hill, we can't get too distracted. So I got to bring us back on topic here. Let me go ahead. Yeah, some places just focal points for the energy of Silent Hill. Yeah. So I watched the stream. I bought Expedition. I haven't had time to play it. It's really good. Where's the link? Are you talking about the Streamlabs link? Oh, YouTube fucking nuked the link for it. Fuck. They had it up there. Oh well. Here, I'll just put that back. If you're talking about for the Indiegogo, it's still in the description. Like it's been in the description. But here. Yeah. Give me one quick second. Link to buy the comic read art. As stated, it's in the description. It's been in the description. I do not move it. Alrighty. Come on. I take my options away. There we go. Here we go. I don't know why that button was blacked out. Alrighty, give me one quick second to make sure it's all working on my end.
Hello.
Alright, can everyone hear him? Try to say something one more time, just be sure.
Say something one more time, just be sure.
Yeah, there we go. Alright, we gotta make 100% sure people can hear it. Gotta wait for chat to catch up on it. Okay, people are saying they can hear you.
Oh, that's good.
Alrighty.
Hello, chat.
Yeah.
It's Micah.
Yeah. He is back because as stated, we're closing out CYBERPOP, so we gotta talk a little bit about what the plan's gonna be. Yeah. Hell yeah. So, as stated, we wanted to push it to the 27th because we wanted to get a few things kind of in the works before then. Also, they're saying speak louder. I'll raise your volume. There we go.
I got the microphone pretty close to my face.
Yeah. I think it's just OBS. I haven't turned you up loud enough. But yeah, so the idea was basically that we had to get some of the fulfillment stuff organized, if you want to explain that a little bit.
Yeah, so basically how things are going to work out is tonight is going to be our last night to put in orders. Once the stream is over, I'll send a notification over to Indiegogo saying, hey, we are done with the fundraising process. We are getting ready to ship these books out. So go ahead and close this out on our end. Send us, whatever money that you have not sent us yet. And we will go ahead and get started on get everything to everybody else. So what's going to happen is after that happens, so after tonight, tomorrow is Sunday. I'm going to try to get a little sleep, but we're going to start the process of putting together the print file, which is basically just, the comic book pages, make sure they all look good on, normal page dimensions. All the boring fucking logistics stuff about actually printing a comic, but also making sure that there's like all the bonus materials and shit that we promised as well.
Yep.
Once that's done, we send that off to the printer. And then we also print all the bonus stuff. Everybody already got their dockies, but we've also got, of course, like posters and things like that. Those will get printed as well. And they almost all get printed at the same place. The only difference is, I think, the trading cards. We have to go to a different site for that, and there might be one other thing. But regardless, they'll all get sent to my fulfillment guy. He'll put together all the boxes for us and then ship them all out to you guys. My hope is to try to get the book out to everybody by the end of October.
Yep, sounds about right. Just in time for Halloween.
Yep. It is, it's going to be tight, but that's my goal, is I want to get it, I want to make sure that it's there.
Yeah.
As soon as I can. I don't want to do this whole thing where people are waiting for a book for a long time. I want them to make sure that, they're getting it within a timely manner. So people because I've had some people say, like, are we still tracking the order? We haven't sent anything out that isn't a docky yet. So if you've already backed, we haven't sent anything else out aside from the Dakimakura shit.
Yep.
So you will be taken care of. Do not worry. We got you.
Yeah. Brock's got to $5 mail on stream, unsub, disliked, and reported. Oh. Who is this? This is Mike. He's the guy helping me out with CYBERPOP.
Yes. I am the editor, the publisher, and a guy here on YouTube who makes videos about giant robots.
Yeah. I swear CYBERPOP better be printed on the cheapest printer stock and staple like a 7-year-old did it, or so help me.
Oh, God, no, I don't want to do that to you guys.
Yeah. We have standards here. But yeah, so basically, we're going to get it all organized. An idea we've kind of been batting around is whether we want to send out the digital first to people. Because
we didn't sell a digital.
Oh, I thought
everything we sold was physical.
I thought we had a digital version as well.
No, we're going to set one up. We've got a couple of distributors, because I know people have been asking about it, because I understand that, like, shipping and, like, tariffs and all this other bullshit have been such a fucking nightmare for the last couple of years. So I genuinely want to do everything that I can to make sure people have options. There's a couple of different places that we are looking into to making sure that people can get things digitally and get them at a relatively reasonable cost. And the one biggest one is obviously Amazon, because Kindle, the system for reading comics on Kindle is really good, but Jesus fucking Christ, the software for putting it on there is so backwards. It's not very well put together, but I'm willing to suffer through it.
Yeah.
But there was another website that we were recommended. I know I have it bookmarked, but I forget the name of it. But I want to talk to them about them being the provider of more physical copies in the future, because when it comes to, like, printing physical through Amazon for comic books, their customer service is so unhelpful that it's kind of it's almost as no, it's actually worse than YouTube's partner program service. Like, I'm genuinely convinced there's not an actual human being that isn't living in India that works at Amazon.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, one of the authors in Discord mentioned how expensive the shipping would be, almost as much as the comic itself. Oof, yeah. Well, that's why we're gonna be looking into kind of setting up something with Amazon or like a similar provider where they're able to do print on demand in that country, so they're able to make it there and ship it from there, so you don't have to worry about shipping as much. But that's something that that's something we have to work on to look into. And right now we're focusing more on just fulfillment for backers. Basically,
because, like, I don't begrudge anybody for waiting until, like, I don't want to say normal, but a non-crowdfunded version of the book to be available, because it would be cheaper to buy from a website and have it printed from that website and then sent to them, as opposed to sent from the United States,
Yeah.
But yeah, we gotta get the backers taken care of first, because they are, they got in on this early. They put money behind us. They showed faith, and they wanted to help us get the money together to make sure that this book could even become an actual thing.
Yeah. Who or what was the inspiration for Yuki? My money's on Ravi from Black Lagoon. She's kind of a few different things. Obvious one is like Battle Angel Alita and Kusanagi, because you have cyborg android woman. There's also a little bit of guts from Berserk in there, because of course there is, because I can't help myself. But in my defense, Manio also likes Berserk, and he also want to include references, so it's not my fault.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody, I don't know about the letterer, but I think everybody else that worked on the book was a Berserk fan.
Yeah. Yeah, backers literally pay for the creation of the book. Yeah, so they get top priority above everyone else. Yeah. Can we ask questions about the book? Yeah, go ahead. And we're also two backers away from 500. Ooh, that's actually really cool. So we might get to 500 before we close it out.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Freak shit for 5 fake monies. Pregnant Rachel's real. Maybe down the line. Maybe down the line. If you're good, as a treat. As the real creator of CyberPop, Yuki is based off Sheldon Cooper. Bazinga.
Oh God, that's how you know we have jumped the shark if Will Wheaton shows up in the comic.
Micah, I don't know how to tell you this, but I've been texting him for the past week, and we have a meeting on Tuesday.
Oh God, no!
Chris Cream, $2. Are y'all still sending out the all-in-one box? Yeah. If you mean like we have all the orders for it ready, yeah. But in regards to being able to buy it, we're all sold out of those. Right now, it's just about getting the actual copies of the book.
Those were always going to be limited anyway. But
yeah.
But yeah, those will get shipped out pretty quickly. We're gonna finalize basically like how we want the box to look. And one thing that we're going to do is the box is getting shipped in another box. So basically, the box will be there that if you want to use it to hold on to future CyberPop stuff, you can absolutely do so, as opposed to it just being you get a shipping box with a bunch of stuff in it. So,
roll a grenade under the conference table. What was the inspiration behind the character designs? Kind of a few different things. So Yuki, obviously, Este is kind of meant to be. She's kind of meant to be like a mixture of like an Onryo, which is the Japanese death spirit from like the Grudge or the Ring, something like that, and someone like Kusanagi, but with a little bit of like a punk vibe. So she's kind of got three major tones. You have cyberpunk android woman mixed with horror, mixed with a little bit of like a rocker feel.
Yeah, and I would also throw in obviously a little bit of Battle Angel Alita as well.
Yeah.
Not a little bit on the visual element, because of course Gally, and for those who have read the manga, will know like she's a total conversion.
Yeah.
Which goddamn, that manga is so good.
It is really good.
And by the way, we are getting a sequel to the movie.
Oh hell yeah! Finally.
So I'm stoked about that. Or apparently, according to James Cameron, he said sequels. Yep. Which look. Edward Norton as Desti Nova, inject that shit right into my fucking veins.
Dude, Christoph Waltz as the Doctor, I was already like, oh, fuck yeah, he was awesome.
Oh, dude, the cast in that movie was great. But,
yeah.
But one thing that I will say that we definitely pull from Alita is the level of gore.
Yeah.
Because for those who have not read, if you haven't read Battle Angel Alita, go do it. But, after the stream, of course.
Yeah.
But, like, I will say this right now. If you liked the movie Alita, but you haven't read the manga is, like, 100 times more violent.
Yeah. Like, Gruishka strip eats brains.
Oh, yeah. He's so much more fucked in the manga.
Are the people at Black Rhapsody okay? Yeah, just kind of one of those things. That's just bad luck.
Yeah.
Can always get it next time. Ginger Beach Man is now a pretty cool guy for a month. He just sent the Rachel emote. Silent Hill F giving you inspiration for any future issue of CyberPop. I love the art direction in it. Silent Hill F visually has a really good visual style, and a lot of the horror it has, I'm like, fuck, that's like really cool. So maybe down the line I'll unconsciously slip something in there that's like a reference to Silent Hill F. But I don't think there'd be anything I would intentionally want to pull from. It's just the fact of like, it might just be a thing of like, you know, it just slips in there, and I'm talking to Magneto, and it's like, yeah, make it look like that, and I'm not even realizing I'm making a reference. What's your main bad guy like in CyberPop Control Theory? So he's one I've kind of back and forth on, because he's just meant to basically be like the epitome of evil. Like, you know, just piece of shit corpo that doesn't care about human life. And I've kind of started expanding on that in some of the draft stuff in the other scripts, in that, not to explain too much, but he himself might just be playing a part where he also doesn't have a lot of choice. Not in the sense of like, oh, he's doing what needs to be done. It's like literally in the sense of, it's more about just the system and how society's running, more than just one man causing everything. It's weird that people were bringing up female Space Marines, and Space King came out right in time to mock it.
That admittedly though has been kind of on the downslide. Like there's a small amount of people on Twitter,
Yeah,
that have said that they want it, you know, but even GW has said it's not happening.
yeah. Well, there's no reason to. There's already like 4 or 5 different factions that are all female led.
Yeah, and you've got prolific and interesting female characters in the setting.
Yeah,
You know, and you've got a whole fucking faction of just women in the Adeptus Sororitas.
yeah.
Like what? And they're awesome. Like it's nuns by way of Clive Barker. What the fuck is not to love?
Hell, more than
You
that,
know?
like, they're more than just a faction. They're their own branch, because they also have a bunch of different split offs.
Yeah, exactly. Like they have, you know, 4 major orders, then a bunch of sub orders as well. And then on top of that, you've also got like Agents of the Imperium can be women or men. You know,
Yeah.
there's it's just one of those things where like I think that I think in a couple of years we're not going to even hear that
Yeah.
demand as much as we did at a certain point.
Halo Kid 4 for $10 with your comic now coming out. Are you focusing on the next chapter in it? Also, pour one out to our Brit Bros. Sounds like they gotta fight the way of that shit show. Yeah, poor England. Poor England. But yeah, the script for the second one's already finished, and Mike has already read it.
Yep, read it and edited it.
Yep.
So we've already started might as well just say it. We've already started on all the logistics for book 2.
Yeah. We got a certain somebody to start working on the second cover. And,
Yep.
And he is. I've seen the bones of it. He's not finished with it yet. He says it'll be done by about Tuesday or so. But the bones alone, I'm like, oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be special. I mean, the artist in question, I've known him for many years at this point. He is probably, if he's not my favorite artist on the indies, he's one of them.
He's pretty damn good.
But he's incredible. And just on top of that, he's also like one of the artists can be absolute fucking divas sometimes. This particular dude is super chill.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I love it. So
every time I've talked to him, he has just been like super like, oh yeah, sure, I can do that, or just very upfront about the fact of like, I thought this would work better. It's like just very no bullshit guy. My checkbook is ready. It's crying, but it's ready. Again, Magneto back for the next issue. Yeah, Magneto super wanted to do it. He was only worried that he might not be able to do it just due to real life stuff and time, because he's in college. So when we were offering the idea of like we could get you a co-artist or you could recommend somebody that could do it, he was kind of ping-ponging it back and forth. Then he finally messaged me and was like, "I can't leave. I cannot leave this. I want to be involved. I want to help you with this," and that was really cool of him.
Yeah, and he's so stoked about it. Like, Magneto's one of those guys. Like when you work with artists, you can tell the ones that are there to work and they stay professional, but it's kind of obvious that they're doing it because they think that they're like, this concept is cool enough for me to draw and make money off of. And then you have the people that they see the material and they fall in love with it and they want to be a part of the collective effort to make this a reality. Magneto is the second one, and that's the kind of artist you want to work with.
I like the history belongs to the loser shirt. Reckon you could sell it on your store with your shirts that if I don't buy, the police will beat me. We want to set up a whole website where you could buy like the merch after the campaign and issues of the comic after it's done. That's something we want to work on after this one's fulfilled. So because I think it would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we definitely need to start like a grindstone shop.
Yeah.
Because there's also stuff that obviously off my properties too that I'd love to sell as well. So it's it's something that we'll definitely it's definitely in the cards, to say the least. I'm not against making money.
Hell, I mean, I've had people offer to work on web design, for either my channel or for other stuff. So I can just ping them and go like, hey, you want to help us out with this? Super easy.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. The artist name is Manito, Manito. Glad I found a good artist and ain't like the other boozy cunt artists. Yeah, no, he's super cool. The minute we name drop Battle Angel Alita as a reference, he's like, oh, fuck yeah, I love that book.
Yeah.
Are comics translate to other languages? No, we're focusing 100% on English right now because we cannot afford to do that.
Yeah, it's something we could possibly do in the future, but as of right now, the focus is on English.
What's Yuki's motivation, CYBERPOP? Does she like being a hitman or does she hate it when her past life back? That's actually going to be kind of one of the big mysteries. Like, what exactly is going on in her head? Book 2, once again, because Mike has read the script, he knows what I'm talking about, is kind of delving into a little bit of that, of like, oh shit, this might be really bad.
Yeah, there's a I won't spoil anything, but the one thing that, and I remember I said this when we did the first stream when we launched the book, Yuki's my favorite character out of it because I love her brand of chaos that she brings to it. But there's also a hidden depth to her, and there's a lot of layers to what makes her tick. And the more I genuinely believe, for those of you out there, there are those of you out there that the more you read of her, you're going to fall in love with her, or the more you read of her, you're going to be fucking terrified of her.
Yeah. Even Manito gave me props on it when he drew the one panel, which I won't spoil just yet. It's in the first issue, so you're going to see it. You're going to see it with the context. But even he was like, dude, like her backstory is like really interesting. Like, what's going on here? It's like, see, I like that. I like that. Missy, is that her for $2? I know a Spanish speaker. I can get it done fast. I mean, once it's out in the wild, if someone wants to do a fan translation, I mean, I won't say no.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do, because it's like if there's two areas, just from a business perspective, I would love to get this book and just about anything that we do in the future is Latin America and Japan.
Yeah,
those are the big ones. France would be third, because France obviously has a big comic book culture to it.
Yeah, comic book manga culture also. So
yeah,
so hopefully
there's sections of the world where, right now the U.S. is kind of like going through a phase of like cape fatigue.
Yeah,
but there's other parts of the world that fucking love it and are all over it. And if good quality shit is available, they will buy it if they can.
Who's your friend here? This is Mike Asta. He's helping out with CYBERPOP. He's answering questions with us.
Hello.
Yeah. No spoilers. She became crazy with the power. It's not so much crazy with power and more so much... if you know the lore around what an onryo is in Japanese folklore, you can kind of start seeing where it's going to go in the sense of, oh, it can get that bad.
Yeah.
Is Rachel's piss high in alcohol and can be used for as emergency power cells?
She does drink a lot.
Yeah. France loves, and hell, they practically invented the cyberpunk style world. That is true. Don't worry, bootlegs in different languages help boost the comics. That's dated. It's free publicity. The fact someone would take the effort to do a fan translation just so that other people in their own language could read it, that's very flattering.
Exactly.
Yeah. I enjoy your Gundam videos, Micah. Very informative. There you go. There you see.
I do my best. Those admittedly Some of them don't admittedly don't take me that long because I've been watching Gundam since, God, when did Wing come out in the US? I want to say it was like 1999, 2000.
I think around 2001.
2000, 2001. It was somewhere around there. I know I was like 14 at the time, so yeah, but around 2001. So for 24 years, I've been watching Gundam and playing the games and all like I know so much about it that I could just, some videos I literally just get my phone out, turn on text to speech on Google and just fire off and just talk. And then I got a script, like a rough one. And then, you know, Shirt Dude, who's my editor, some of you probably seen him in chat. Like we nail this stuff out. And then, but the long stuff, the 1 Year War series, the Grips War, which we just wrapped up, those take a while because it's a lot of research and a lot of background knowledge, and just like by the end of it, we are exhausted.
Yeah.
So every thank you is appreciated.
Started Expedition last night. Your hype was not inaccurate. Fuck, I've known these people for 30 minutes. Why do I care so much about them? It's really good. I love that game. It's fine you guys make money off it, just so long you guys are not going to paint yourself as rebels or punk rock, cough the boys, cough working with Amazon. Yeah, no, it's like the social commentary angle is not one I really care about or want to include too much. I mean, I'll make little jabs here and there, just kind of like a fun little like, you know, that's just kind of a saying or what people would think here. It's mainly about the characters and kind of what's going on with them. You know, it's mainly about like these fucked up people having to deal with a messed up situation.
Yeah, like it's cyberpunk, so like there's a level of cynicism that's sort of required.
Yeah,
but it's not as much as, I would say that it's less cynical about the world than 2077.
Yeah. You know, it's
definitely less cynical than stuff like Neuromancer or Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah. You know, it's a lot of cyberpunk stuff can be about the world and kind of more about the setting, and I really like a lot of that stuff, but I just don't feel like I would be able to do anything that interesting in regards to like, oh, here's a mirror society. Yeah, right. You know, I don't feel like I could do that in a way of like it would be interesting or new. So I just want to focus on it just being kind of more of a fun adventure.
Yeah, not to mention you don't want to come across as pretentious.
That too, yeah. It's not meant to be a manifesto. Yeah,
like that's one of the problems that I feel like there's two issues that I think that modern writing has in regards to like writers. Like writers these days have so much fucking ego that they end up either coming across as pretentious or preachy.
Yeah.
And it's like I don't need, you know, media from the Dunning-Kruger crowd, all right? Like calm down here. Like you're not that special. So
yeah, you know, it's like people are not there to read a 20-page rant about how ex-politician of the week is a fascist and going to take down America. You know, it's that's not what I want to do. That's not what people are looking for, you know?
Exactly. Then people get on me for like being a Kojima fan. And one thing that I will say right now, I never felt like Kojima was preachy, and I never felt like he was pretentious.
No, I don't think so.
Some people that say that he is, I genuinely am convinced they've never actually played the fucking video games that he's made. But cough Razor Fist, cough cough. But I kid. He probably has played it, but
yeah,
it's just one of those things. It's like I don't know, like the whole, like just the boss's speech at the beginning of the Metal Gear Solid 3 about the times.
It holds up to this day.
To this day, yeah. Like the same thing with the whole thing about AIs, you know, not trying to create context.
Yeah, which has become more relevant than ever. You know, it's one of those things where if you're not aiming to talk about a specific modern issue, you can end up actually aging very well because you're talking in the general sense. Because generalities exist forever.
Yeah, there's a reason that a lot of Orwell's stuff still holds up. And that was a lot of what, like, Kojima's, like, you could tell his biggest inspirations are Orwell and Tomino, who created Gundam.
Yeah.
Like, and Tomino was the same way. Tomino had his political opinions, But he also realized that there was a sickness in humanity that caused us to go to war, and that even a war that was just, because I just finished doing the whole thing with Zeta Gundam.
Yeah.
Zeta Gundam is a just war. The Titans had to be stopped. If they weren't stopped, more and more colonies were going to get genocided over and over and over again. It was the zombies all over again.
Yeah.
They had to lose, but the cost of doing it makes you wonder what the fucking point of all this is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And Kojima hits at some of those same realities of existence, is that, you know, we can look at those of us on the outside can look at the effect of a war 40, 50, 60 years afterwards, but we tend to forget the human cost of it. Like, I also feel like, what's the name of it? The German war film about World War I. I just watched it.
All Quiet on the Western Front.
Yes, thank you. That's another good example of, like, we are technically following the bad guys, quote unquote, of you know, World War I in that. We're following the Germans, you know?
Yeah.
But there's elements of what we see them go through that apply to any soldier and the shit that they've had to do.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's also one of those things where once you have that enough detachment with time, you do understand more of the nuances with it, because everyone nowadays considers World War I as just a mass slaughter that never needed to happen. But at the time when it was going on, everyone thought, well, fuck the other guys. They're not our side. They're butchers. They're rapists. They're animals. And everyone was saying that about each other. Is there anything else you're going to be working on besides CYBERPOP? At the moment, CYBERPOP is kind of the main thing I want to do, just because that's how I'm, you know, kind of stretching my legs and figuring out what the hell I'm doing. If you take on too many projects all at once, you can kind of run into an issue of, well, now I don't know what to do, because every time I start something, I get distracted with something else.
Pretty much. I've been there.
Yeah.
And on my end, I have some stuff in the works, you know, because I'm primarily doing editing these days in regards to comic books. Like, I'm bouncing around from project to project. But for me, writing, the big thing that I want to do is I want to do my own mecha, because I kind of feel that this isn't against anybody that has liked the last 4 Gundam like things that have come out since Hathaway, because I did not like Seed Freedom, I did not like Requiem for Vengeance, I did not like G-Witch, I did not like G-Quux, because I kind of felt like, well, Requiem for Vengeance, I have this attitude of, well, at least they tried. It's just like there was just some elements of it that the dude who made it really overthought it. And it could have been awesome, but it just kind of fell short because the dude was overthinking a couple of elements. G-Quux felt like Diet Gundam. And I will tell you right now, one real good way to piss me off as somebody who really enjoys soda, give me diet soda. Like, and that's what it's the same thing with Gundam. Don't give me Diet Gundam. Give me the real thing. Let it go. Let go. Like, the people who made G-Quux made fucking Evangelion. Fucking hurt me. You know?
Yeah.
That's the traditional Gundam feeling. Hurt me good, baby. Let's fucking do it.
Yeah. Like all the Char flashback stuff was awesome, but that was like, you know, after a while they stopped doing that.
Yeah, and the ending was just, it was so rushed. You could tell that they didn't manage their time right.
Yeah.
Fucking Seed Freedom is hilarious. I will give it that, because the whole plot of Seed Freedom is NTR.
Yeah, it basically
like,
is.
It's a fucking NTR. It's so fucking funny. But it's still not good.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one? Oh, Witch from Mercury kind of like had a pretty good first season, and then the second season rolled around, and it seemed like they thought that, like, the one thing, because they probably read too much Twitter, they thought that, like, the one thing that everybody really wanted was more fucking terrible lesbian romance, as opposed to the fact that we finally got a cyberpunk fucking Gundam show, and a really unique take on Earth versus space war and shit like that, and they did nothing with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm like, there's people out there that I know feel the same way. I would like to provide them that kind of a story.
Yeah.
And so like, I've already got the script almost all the way done. I've got like several arcs planned. Basically, what I want to do is I want to bring a Gundam, like a mecha story that takes inspiration from Gundam, but also takes inspiration from stuff like All Quiet on the Western Front, Generation Kill, including some of the dialogue. So yes, if you want to see mecha pilots make dick jokes, I will be putting them in there. But try to make it feel as grounded as humanly possible, with some kind of the fucked up morality or lack thereof in war, and just present it to people and let them make their own decisions.
Yeah. Have there ever been aliens in Gundam? Oh yeah, like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, there's Gundam Age has them sort of, and then the ending of Gundam 00, which is the movie. It's called Awakening of the Trailblazer. The bad guys are aliens, and they are a living metal alien race called the ELS. I forget what ELS stands for.
I also don't remember.
Yeah, but they're fucking horrifying, and basically the whole thing is that they've got to basically stop the whole fucking planet from getting assimilated by this giant metal moon. It's fucking, the action's good in it. I wasn't too big on the story because it's way too much like Ender's Game, but it's still got the action is well put together. I'll give it that.
Yeah. I'm trying to find another question. It bounced away from me. Damn chat. Oh yeah, it was will Rachel remain homeless during CYBERPOP? Like, idea I'm having is it's going to be kind of like a wandering Ronin type story, and that they kind of stumble from place to place, you know, because I like that setup. I like the whole setup of, you know, because it feels like a journey, and there's a lot of different things you can do.
It's a good way to also just kind of explore the world.
Yeah. Obviously, ELS stands for English second language. Yeah, so a little bit of Dead Space of DG Cell.
Sort of. Think if the Necro, if you could make more T-1000s from Terminator 2 in a similar way that Necromorphs are made.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Wandering in the wheelchair. Yeah. So Trigun. Well, I mean, there's a lot more manga series that do the whole wandering warrior type thing than just Trigun. I mean, it's Berserk did it. Fucking Fist of the North Star did it. JoJo did it. Like, it's a very...
Fist of the North Star is probably the most popular. That and Vagabond are probably the most popular ones that did it.
Yeah.
Blade of the Immortal does it too.
Yeah, Blade of the Immortal, Bastard did it. Hell, if you want to get technical, fucking One Piece, they did that, where it's all about traveling.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it was a very common story in East Asian media because, I mean, it's perfect setup to get your character from place to place. Yeah, Witcher 3 does it, yeah. It's just kind of like it's just kind of the typical adventure, you know, serial kind of thing. You know, you have to constantly have the characters on the move.
Especially the way that, I won't spoil things, but the way that it gets set up, you'll understand why.
Yeah.
They gotta keep moving.
Yeah, Lady Snowblood. Yeah, Lady Snowblood, Lone Wolf and Cub. You get the idea. Yeah, it's about the journey. Yeah. Yeah, even Pokemon did it. Yeah. Yeah, Fullmetal 2003 kind of did it. Yeah. And it's funny that Yuki has to push her town to town. Yeah. Well, it makes sense when you remember they're being hunted by a global spanning corporation, so they can't stay in one place for too long. Is there Lovecraftian stuff going to be in CYBERPOP? I would like it to feel like Lovecraft, but it's not gonna be Lovecraftian.
Yeah, we're not doing like, at least not yet. Like we haven't like I don't think we're gonna do like fucking interdimensional gods and shit
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
no.
This is gonna be a little bit more controlled in that sort of a setting.
Yeah. I guess best way to describe it is like, because issue 2 does delve a little bit more into supernatural stuff, so it's more along the lines of like, would you consider something like folklore to be Lovecraftian?
Yeah.
Are these guys are these okay between you guys and Serene at the moment? Yeah, it's Dave. Just kind of campaign just didn't go the way she wanted and just kind of sucks.
Yeah.
It be how it be. Yeah, so no weird cyborg gods. Yeah, no, I'm avoiding stuff like that. Just due to the fact of, that's not the vibe I want to shoot for. If I want to make something Lovecraftian, I would just make it Lovecraftian. Would something like GW Patriots exist in this setting? I guess the best way to describe it is yes, no, maybe, sorta, not really, yeah, kinda, no, not at all. Because GW Patriots, goes to the idea of like AI controlling society and kind of forcing people and corralling them into predetermined spots and predetermined fates by just subliminally messing with their minds over a period of years, information control and all that. The idea I have in CYBERPOP is it's all man-made. We are doing this to ourselves. How's Yuki's view post-death? Is she a musician's musician, as an entire musician in Japan, respect and love her music and get inspired from her short career? I actually had some ideas about that, and one thing I realized as I was coming up with ideas and kind of going through different concepts is that I kind of like beating the shit out of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm kind of mean to Yuki, because I've already went through like 4 different ideas for like her backstory. Each one just got more depressing, and the one I kind of finalized on, and it's one that I haven't even told Mikey yet, just due to the fact of I kind of want to keep it under wraps, is she fucked her life up even before she fucked her life up. Because that is a concept I really like. One idea for a Gundam-style show where mecha structures are similar enough that the main mech tears off parts from other mechs to the system that force parts onto them as a psyop. I mean, that's Gurren Lagann.
I was about to say that, yeah, I couldn't finish Gurren Lagann. It wasn't really my thing, but kind of sounded like Mecha Devilman for a second. Remember that the ending of... what was it? Crybaby, where like demons are literally ripping parts of themselves off to throw at Devilman, so he's got new limbs.
Yeah. You have to infiltrate MGS4 Outer Heaven to eject Fox alive and attempt to dismantle the Patriots. Yeah, it's a painfully relatable concept. Yeah. My whole body's practically machinery. I don't have the so-called cyber psychosis. Now, excuse me, I need to fix my fix a plasma gun by praying to the Messiah and burning incense. Fuck my femcell chud life, CYBERPOP Yuki.
People are giving me shit for not finishing Gurren Lagann.
Gurren
Wasn't
Lagann
my
is really
thing.
good.
It's a personal taste thing.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm admittedly, like, as much as I talk about mecha, I'm not really that big into like super robot shows. I like Getter, I like Mazinger.
Yeah.
But I really liked Gao Gaigar, but like a lot of super robot stuff has never really snagged me. But stuff like Gundam and Votoms and stuff like that's my jam.
Yeah. Kind of more industrialized mecha where you could see the technology kind of existing. Meanwhile, super robot stuff is all about spectacle.
Yeah, not to mention a lot of it, the stuff that I watch is like war stuff, and it's like I grew up like my dad was a drill sergeant, so I grew up around like military shit. So like that's ingrained in me. Yeah. So like a lot of the appeal of real robot to me isn't so much the robots, though the robots are fucking awesome. It's the fact that it's a war story,
Yeah. It would be cool to see Yuki being a fan of her idol days. I remember them to watching horror. She goes on a murder spree. Oh, I've had different ideas I've been batting around, and like I said, every single one of them, it's like, I'm kind of being a dick, but you know what? This fits. Because it's one of those things where I like seeing main characters who get the shit beat out of them in different ways, and they have to figure a way out of it, or just kind of suck it up and deal with it. I've said how many different times my favorite main character of all time is Guts, and that is just that man's entire life. It's just figuring out new ways to either get himself out of a shit show or, oh god, I screwed up. What the hell do I do? Eco, $5. Wait, Seeds an NTR show? Why didn't y'all tell me? Is the bull black?
No, the bull is a twink. That's why it's so unbelievable. That has been a thing in Gundam Seed. Not so much Seed Destiny, but the original Seed. The lead character Kira Yamato cucks one of his closest friends.
Yeah.
And is completely unrepentant about it. And he never catches shit for it. It's like, what the fuck, really?
It's like,
they just pretend that it's justified.
It's like, okay, I see how it is.
Yeah, and then the recent movie had them trying to get Kira's woman to cuck him, and the guy doing it was basically Hitler. Because that's really the only villain that Seed can really ever come up with is Hitler, and Hitler always has a Death Star. So,
some Harbor Bass for $10. Since I'm back to being a subscribe star, bro, I'm gonna use this opportunity to tell you to review the Wild Geese. I mean, that's a fucking classic. So Yuki's gonna be a true struggler like Guts. She will never know happiness, and when she has it, she won't know it. Possibly. The idea I have is basically the version you see when the story begins is her playing a character, and her personality contrasting with Rachel is kind of what lets her break away from that character and act a lot more of like who she really is. So how long does CYBERPOP expect to last? Like, issue, book number wise? Book number wise, I don't really know. I have the main story pretty much fleshed out to where I know where I want it to go and how I want it to end. Right now, it's a matter of the details, and of course, if enough details change, that's going to change where it goes. So, I cannot say for sure what number is going to be the definitive. It's going to end here. So you like seeing characters cope and seethe? Trying for a new volume per year. For CYBERPOP, I wouldn't really call it volume. It's more the fact of, because it's mainly doing by issue. I mean, later on down the line, it could be fun to sell volumes.
I mean, granted, like the amount, the page counts on these are pretty up there, so like it kind of feels like it in some ways.
Yeah. How many PMCs are stuck in Africa and CYBERPOP? The actual world building is going to be kind of one of those where I fully admit I kind of wing it just due to the fact of like, well, I haven't really thought about a situation where they'd be XYZ, so I haven't thought about what's the status of XYZ. I'm just not a world building guy. Like I'm more about like, all right, for this exact situation or this story, what rules would you need for this thing? Larger setting stuff is fun to think about in like big terms, but I don't want to. A lot of it's mainly because I don't want to fall into a trap where all I'm doing is the world building, because like at the end of the day, people don't really care. I'll pay you $20 to add Yuri bait, white boy. How many chapters of CYBERPOP are out? Well, this is just the first issue. I say we're not really doing a chapter thing. It's issue by issue. Micah, have you heard the manga called The 5-Star Stories?
Yes, that's created by, I want to say, the mecha designer of Heavy Metal Elgime, which is there's a couple of series that Tamino did after the original Gundam. He did one called Heavy Metal Elgime, which is sort of like his version of Star Wars. Gundam already had Star Wars influence, but this is like really Star Wars influenced.
Yeah.
And it's really good. I haven't finished it yet, but I haven't finished either of these. The other one he did, in my opinion, is like the best isekai I've ever watched, called Aura Battler Dunbine. You know, one's a fantasy mecha, one's like high sci-fi, you know, mecha, almost like space fantasy, and both of them are great. And the mecha designer of Elgheim went on to do 5-star stories, which I think is set in the same universe. I've never read it, but I've heard nothing but good things about it.
All right. Can we get a Rachel panel before closeout as a treat? Oh, I have some stuff saved. Don't worry. Don't you worry. It's going to be great. Going to be great. Yeah, just do what you can. Not everyone can be talking. Not everyone can be, and at the same time, I just don't want to be. That's not what I want to focus on. I have the most fun just just writing a scene where two characters are just kind of bullshitting with each other. Because there's a scene that takes place in like a restaurant in the second issue script where I actually had a lot of fun kind of like just writing these two characters bantering off each other, where one guy's acting like a massively egotistical prick and the other guy's just trying to be like, you're going to get yourself killed. You know,
Yeah.
I have fun with that. Have you read Marvel's Hellhunters or DC's Easy Company versus Zombies?
Can't say that I have.
That also does not sound familiar. Yeah, 5-star stories is top notch. Yeah. Who would win, Xeon at its peak or Earth Alliance at its peak?
Which Earth Alliance are we talking in science fiction?
Yeah, kind of a big question. What are Yuki and Rachel's cocktails? Rachel's, I feel, would be simple. Probably like Jack and Coke or a Moscow Mule.
Yeah.
Yuki, I would have to look into like Japanese cocktails.
I could see her like enjoying a really fruity cocktail with just a little bit of sake in it. Like
Yeah.
I can't imagine her drinking something heavy. But yeah, I like with Rachel, I always imagined her to be like, give me a whiskey or give me a bourbon, because she is from Kentucky.
Yeah.
Give me a bourbon, leave the bottle, fuck off.
Yeah.
Do not put ice in it.
Bourbon and Coke, leave the Coke. Just woke up after a weird dream. I had a dream I know with Christian coming out of nowhere and putting his finger in my mouth and blowing my brains out. What the hell does that mean? It means you need to start running now. Chris is coming for you. Gundam Wing Earth Alliance at its peak.
Oh, okay, so well, that would be Oz, because the Alliance was basically puppeted by them. In that case, you're dealing with Treize Kusranada, who's like, I'm gonna put it this way: Treize Kusranada and Gundam Wing only lost because he wanted to. Whereas Giran Zabi, who was the head of Zeon, was a fucking idiot. Like Zeon didn't get a good leader until Haman Karn. So if it's if it's Treize against the Zabis, Treize is gonna fucking dog walk them. Like it's not gonna be competitive.
Yeah. Eco, $5. Hey, Micah, have you heard of a show called Slayers? Been breaking into Lolly's house about it for years now. I was wondering if you heard of it.
Yeah, that's the one with Lena is the lead character, the redheaded mage.
Yeah.
Who gets like big titty envy and shit like that. I've heard of it. I've never sat down to watch it, but I hear it's really good.
Yeah. If I remember right, that's kind of one of those like sort of proto-official D&D type animes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't like an isekai. It was just like straight up fantasy. Like that and Record of Lodos War are the two that from that time period that a lot of people tend to recommend. Slayers is a little bit more lighthearted from what I understand until like the end, whereas Record of Lodos War is closer to like a dark fantasy.
Yeah. Like Sarah JHD vid during the arcade section, she make a nuke from a paper cut. Yeah. Tracy pulled something similar to Lelouch from Code Geass. Have killed himself in conflict in order to end all conflict.
Pretty much, like the amount of inspiration that Code Geass takes from from Gundam Wing is actually kind of insane.
Freak shit for two fake monies. Rachel or Yuki, who went the squirt off? Where are they squirting? Where are they squirting? Damn you!
It's a magic trick.
Lost War was based off the creator's D&D campaign. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so let me take a look real quick at something on my end. Because I do believe, yeah, we crossed 500 backers. We're now at 505.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah. That's almost 35K. So CYBERPOP, just for the debut, has done pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. Did you get my Gmail with list document on interdés? Do you have something to say about them? I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, that's the found footage French horror show that dude sent me a link to a Google Drive full of. And I do want to check it out. It does sound really cool.
Full show that's found footage horror? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a French show that actually came out, I think, a little bit before Blair Witch, and it was all found footage horror stories.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yuki, stop lubricating the man. Yeah. But, you know, I did promise. Any plans to getting the voice actors back to voice a chapter or something? Russian Comic Book Geek's the one that is kind of organizing that, and yeah, he's like super enthusiastic. A thing that I noticed was that, you know, because he have you seen the project he did, the little teaser he did?
Which one are we talking about? The one that we actually had like more panels and stuff done for, or was
yeah,
it,
yeah,
or was it
the
oh
one
yeah,
yeah, the one Russian Comic Book Geek did.
yeah, I love that one.
Yeah. Well, the two voice actresses he got for it, from what I understand, super nice ladies, like just really nice. They apparently had a lot of fun with it and outright said, we would love to come back if you want to do more. So it is this phenomenon that I've been mentioning over and over and over again to people where, you know, the reason I didn't want to add a bunch of in-jokes and references to the channel is because I did not want it to be beholden to the channel. Basically, like, I didn't want it to be a thing where, you know, and I'm not going to, like, badmouth any of this stuff just due to the fact of, you know, people like what was put out. But, you know, he had, like, Critical's comic where it was the slap tournament thing, and that was all based on in-joke around, like, him watching a slapping tournament.
Yeah.
And like I said, you know, I'm not shit-talking Critical's whole thing, but that was a comic made to promote an in-joke. That was all about a joke to his brand, a joke to his channel, and it worked for what he was doing because it was just supplementing something for his YouTube thing. I want it to be the opposite, where I want this to stand on its own and be its own thing, and the reaction I want to see is from people who have no idea who the fuck I am, you know?
Yeah, I'm very much of the belief that there is such a thing as being too meta.
Yeah.
And especially because, like, I've talked to some people who have done it and they theorize, like, oh, this will help out because it'll bring people to, like, the other thing that I'm doing. I'm like, well, then you might as well just make t-shirts.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, tell an interesting story. Like, try to find the connection, not just to your audience, but to other people that are outside of it. And the growth potential is so much more. It's so much more fulfilling that way.
Yeah. And I mean, I get it if they're like, well, I just thought it sounded like fun, and it's not something they want to dedicate a whole bunch of, you know, resources and time into, where it's just meant to be like a project just to give them something to do. But I want to see, like, is this an idea that can survive on its own, or is this an idea that is just going to be a gimmick in the history of, you know, the channel? Because there is a difference. If it can survive on its own, that to me means that it can go completely different directions than where you think, and you have no idea where it could go. Gimmick for the channel, you kind of already know, like, well, we'll tinker with it for a year or two, and then just kind of drop it and blah, we'll just forget all about it. And that to me would be sad, because I did have so much fun working on this, and everyone involved had so much fun working on this. You know? And at the same time, like, and I do feel optimistic about it just due to the fact of every single time I have been, you know, I've stumbled into somebody that had no idea who I am, had no idea any of the shit I did, and they just stumbled on the Indiegogo page or someone recommended it to them, they like it. They thought it was cool. They thought it was good. You know, they're like, oh shit, you know. Like I said, those two voice actors girls that Russian Comic Book Geek hired, like, I never talked to them. They have no idea who I am. It's just a job he poached them for, and they're like, oh wow, like, we really want to come back to this. This was so much fun, you know. That to me is a good sign. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, do people love your comic for you, or do they love it because it's good? Exactly. By the way, who's Mike, and what's his role in the grand scheme of things again? Talking about Micah? He is the editor, and he's the one that owns Grindstone, who's publishing it. Yeah. A professional slap term, it had to be a front from money laundering. But, you know, it's something I've had a lot of fun with this concept and fun with this idea, and there's a lot of different things I want to do and tinker around with and see where it can go. Just because it can also kind of just serve as a kind of a lesson to yourself of, like, is this something you're able to do? You know, because our channels revolve around talking about media, talking about things we like, talking about things we hate. You know, criticism, you know, is the golden word of it all. But then that kind of comes to that point of, like, you can talk the talk, but when it comes time to walk the walk, can you do it? Yeah, their voice brings so much life to it. I want more of that. Yeah, they're really good voice actors. Yeah. So archives these streams for far future documentary for Loli's celebrity downfall once this comic kicks off his career.
Jesus.
Yeah, you don't want to look at you don't want someone to look at your comic and say, "Oh, this was made during that time." Yeah, where it was like every YouTuber had to have a comic, you know, that kind of thing.
Pretty much.
So Richard won't go on a rant about the Ryan Gosling pedo theory to Yuki. Yeah, no, I want to avoid in jokes just because, as stated, you don't want to date it with, like, well, once people don't know what the in joke is, they're gonna go, well, what the fuck was the point of that? And at the same time, it makes you have to think more about what you have to think more about what you're doing. You know, if you just shove in an in joke, that's basically an easy pass to something you think is a funny bit.
Yeah. And the other thing to mention, like, the only in joke in the book is to another cyberpunk story.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, we will bully the shit out of you. You get a big head out of it. Yeah. God, remember when you were still workshopping the concept with chat? Now it's here. Yeah, right? It's fucking crazy how far it's gone. Oh no, does this mean this is your Lightbringer? Yeah, you know, it's...
Oh, God.
That's also kind of something I noticed where, you know, everyone talks about, like, there's so much shit now coming out, especially with comics, where, you know, something is a self-insert where someone wanted to include basically just themselves as the hero, and everyone agrees with them and everyone loves them. And I noticed when I was making CYBERPOP, I always wanted to do the opposite. I always mentioned that, you know, Yuki gets a shit beat out of her 8 different ways. First issue alone, she gets shot to pieces. But it's also this thing of, like, I don't like self-insert stuff because, frankly, I think I'm boring. I am just some dude. I don't care about seeing myself in a series. I like characters that are wildly different and wildly off the beaten path.
Yeah. Life is kind of boring, and then when you start reading the news too much, you realize that for other people in the world, life is really fucked up.
Yeah.
And it's nice to get away from that.
Yeah. So there won't be several references to Gatorman in the comic I will not be reading. And that was fun as shit. It's like referencing show as Skinwalker Sex Dungeon. Nobody but older chat members would remember that. Exactly. Yeah. Remember Sarah Palin? Yeah, shit like that.
Unsolicited opinions about Israel?
Yeah, right. You know, it's like, God, look how bad that fucking aged.
Oh, it's so, yeah, and in the opposite direction, it's wild.
Yeah.
Again, that's the times.
Yeah. Analyze Stinky Crout and background shit comic. There's no part where a guy that looks like Quentin Reviews tells Yuki and Rachel, you know, some people can make a difference. Enough said. Yeah, you only do self-inserts for things you don't sell. Yeah, it's like, well, and S-Day is just the fact of I've never liked self-inserts, you know? I've always tackled it from the angle of, like, protagonists are meant to have to go through the most shit because they're the ones doing the most in a story, you know? Like, I love movies like The Raid and things like that just because of, you know, if you watch that, Rama gets the absolute shit beat out of him. Like, he damn near dies like 20 different fucking times in both movies, and he gets fucked up physically doing it. And I always like that, you know? Because that to me is the power fantasy. It's not the, oh, I can headshot everyone in the room and walk past and nothing ever happened. No, it's the, this motherfucker's on his last legs and he's still getting back up.
Yeah. And then Bruce Willis in all the Die Hard movies.
Yeah, he's another great example. You know, it's this dude who's just this average, you know, foul-mouthed cop, and he's like, what the fuck do I do here?
Dude, like, and some of his injuries still to this day make me cringe. The big one,
The glass.
the glass is bad because I've actually had like pieces of shards of glass in my feet before.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
But the one that gets me is the steel cable in the third movie.
That one hurt. Yeah, that one was like, Jesus Christ.
God. That, because for those who don't know, the whole thing in that movie where a steel cable traveling at a high velocity will cutting someone in half, yeah, that is a thing.
That's real.
Yeah, and it's fucking horrifying what those cables can do to you. Because I remember one time, like, I don't remember, I was somewhere in Chicago, resting my hand on a cable like that and feeling it for just a little bit, and it's not smooth.
Yeah, it's rough.
And you're like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, and you're like, there's this part of your mind that goes, this is dangerous. Get your fucking hand away from that right now. Like, imagine that dragging across you. Just,
Yeah. Fucking flays you.
And there were splinters in him. Like, just, oh, fuck.
Yeah, he got the shit beat out of him in the first 3.
Yeah.
Unknown42, $10. Hey, pal, hope this helps time bit. How far have you planned this out? Is it a series? Yeah, we do plan on it being a series, and as stated, I have basically the broad strokes of the main plot and where I want it to go, like the beginning, the middle, the end. I know where I want it to end and kind of how everyone gets resolved, but a lot of the details are still up in the air because, you know, I'm going to do it issue by issue. And if enough details change, obviously that means the main plot could be affected too, because, I mean, if enough details are changing, then that means the original idea I had is not going to really be viable.
Yeah.
Like I have that in my mind. My girl, my story, her style is all about dodging and evading attacks. Whenever she gets critically hit, it's like, oh crap. Yeah. Morning ropes.
Go ahead. I had a rant, but it's a different thing.
Morning ropes can and will do the same thing. They've cut people in half and taken limbs off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Will you let them have a happy ending at least? I do shoot for a more positive ending in the sense of everyone feels like they got what they deserved. World of Fiction writers is full of people who think themselves and their lives are more interesting and unique than they actually are. Well, another problem with it is it can also just be wish fulfillment of, like, people would want this to happen to them because people want good things to happen to them. The best description I've ever heard is, did you ever watch To Snaker's video on the Saints Row reboot?
I am not familiar with that content creator.
He is really good. He has a fantastic series going through Yakuza. And he did a video about the Saints Row reboot. And he talked about how the tone of the story removes all the grits, all the little darknesses and fucked up parts that made Saints Row memorable. And the term he described it is, it's like a fucking coffee shop AU. There can be no stakes, there can be no tension, nothing bad happens. And that's kind of always been the term that's stuck in my brain ever since I heard that. You know, just the fact of people who go out of their way to defang a situation before it happens because they're terrified of trying to be tense but not getting to be tense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like all new, all different Marvel was full of stories like that.
Yeah, it was infamous for that. They were some of the worst, they were some of the worst perpetuators of it, like I will never forget one of the arcs of fucking She-Hulk was she was watching a fucking YouTube channel about two gay guys baking a cake, and that was it. That was the issue, and it was like they shoved in the whole like, oh, she had to fight a monster at the very end of it for no reason. It's like someone just wanted to write a story about Jennifer watching someone just fucking bake a cake, and that was it. And it's like, man, like you don't have to go full like, Immortal Hulk horror stuff, but you can do more.
America Chavez was also a really bad offender on that one. Oh God, I remember that was a series like back when I first got my start here on YouTube. I was reviewing that. I couldn't get all the way through it. But like Gabby Rivera, the writer behind that, is one of the worst writers I've probably ever read in my lifetime, which is saying something because I've read so much stuff. And she just refused to actually put that character through any actual suffering.
Yeah.
And like it was basically like there was so many moments in it where she was having all these characters from Marvel like give America Chavez this positive affirmation telling her she's the future, she's the best, she's this,
Yeah.
she's that. And it's like I don't fucking care.
Yeah,
I don't fucking care about her.
Yeah, and that's the problem is the fact of, when you get into that mentality of nothing bad can ever happen, that just leads to that situation of, well, then why does anyone care what happens,
Yeah, it's here's a good comparison point. Look at the Venom saga with Spider-Man, because Venom is my favorite character ever in anything.
Yeah.
But you think of, and I'm not even going to use the comic book version. Like let's use like the Spider-Man the animated series version.
Yeah.
Which was considerably less violent than the comic book. Just the tension of, okay, Eddie Brock has been established as not liking Spider-Man. Oh fuck, he's got the symbiote. Oh fuck, he's this new thing called Venom. Oh fuck, he's hanging out with Mary Jane Watson and showing up at Aunt May's house.
And more than that, they established, if I remember right in the animated series, he was stronger than Spider-Man.
It's basically identical to the comics. He's just as fast, has the same powers, can mask himself so that he doesn't give off the spider sense because never presents himself as a threat. And so he's equal to Spider-Man in everything, but physically speaking, he is so much stronger.
Yeah.
That it's like there is no way for Peter Parker to physically win a fight against him.
Yeah, he had to be smarter.
Horrifying. Yeah, it's horrifying because it's like what the fuck do you do? And it's a puzzle to figure out, but at the same time it's like he's showing up in front of my loved ones, and if he attacks, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Congratulations on reaching 500 backers. Can't wait to get my hands on the comic. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, Spider-Man only won by being smarter than Venom. Hell, even if you want to break that off and just focus on Eddie with the symbiote alone, he goes through so much shit with that.
Yeah, and Eddie's not stupid either. That's the other gimmick.
Yeah. He had to deal with the symbiote controlling him, making him kill people. He had to deal with being hunted because of it. God, for like how many years was he just straight up fucking homeless?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned Ultimate Spider-Man due to Venom symbiote being made with Peter's DNA. It physically hurts when they're in the same room. Yeah. Micah, which Venom comic is your favorite?
God, there's so many good ones. I think the one that I default to is Lethal Protector, just because it's such a fucking classic.
I mean, to be fair, it's really good.
Yeah, I still have a mint condition first printing of issue number 1 that will never leave its sleeve.
Yeah.
That one's really good. Whoever it was that also wrote Venom before Donny Cates got his hand on him, I forget the name of the author. He worked on a series called God is Dead with Jonathan Hickman and another writer. He, I thought, did a really good job of reestablishing Eddie as a fun anti-hero.
Yeah. As people on Twitter...
Plus he was... Oh, go ahead.
Oh. There's people on Twitter who think Punisher would fear if a mobster came around with bulletproof like Tombstone. Oh no, he fought Tombstone more than once.
Yeah. He found a way to kill the Mandarin in the comics. Like,
Frank's not to be fucked with.
He will. He's a fucking Marine. He'll figure out a way to kill something. It's what they do.
If you want terrible advice for writing, follow Lily Orchard's writing tips. They're all just make it safe and complain about conservatives. Yeah, it's like, it's that kind of mentality where it's like, I think that is what made me appreciate Silent Hill F so much, because even though it does have like issues about feminism and the way women are treated, it does not make any characters safe. The characters in that game fucking suffer, and they suffer bad. And it's kind of one of those things where, because it's so willing to just go for the throat and do these fucked up, horrifying things, it's able to sell the message better because it's not trying to be a safe propaganda piece where like, oh, don't feel bad, just understand, what I'm trying to sell to you. It's like, no, like this concept has its good and it has its bad. Both can be roads that can fuck you over, and you have to see that.
Yeah, not to mention it's the part of the appeal of Silent Hill is the unique horror of individual existence.
Yeah.
I didn't vibe with F. I just didn't like the combat system. I will probably buy it again later down the line and just, admittedly, because I'm an old man at this point, at least by internet standards, I'll probably just put it on the easiest difficulty and just enjoy the story.
Yeah, the story's really good.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of kicking myself over. But Tactics Remastered comes out in a couple of days. I'll be fine. Yeah. But the whole thing about it is like whenever you look through a Silent Hill game, at least the best ones, it's all about the unique horror of existence and the struggles of each particular character and the thing, effectively facing themselves. Very Jungian psychology, facing your shadow.
Yeah.
I mentioned this to you on Twitter, and I'll say it again on here. Listen to 46 and 2 by Tool. It's basically that song is Jungian psychology in about 4 minutes. It's great.
Yeah.
But the whole concept of Jungian psychology is this idea of moving through your shadow, your darker self. Persona does this a lot too.
Yeah, Persona does, but doesn't go near as disturbing.
Yeah. But it's this idea of to really master oneself, you must face the dark element of yourself, and it's either going to destroy you or you're going to be able to live with it and understand it and become better because you understand it.
Yeah.
Without facing these things, we never really become more than what we were before. And the best stories, and then of course this goes into, I feel like such a fucking nerd saying all this stuff, but whatever. I am a writing nerd. There's also like the Joseph Campbell way of looking at it, like the hero of a thousand faces. Like part of what makes us identify with heroes is the fact that they leave the comfort of a certain situation to go slay their dragon, and to win the day. And that's even true in Silent Hill. It's just the dragon is yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like the idea, like. So if the lead character is a woman, there's going to be things that are unique to being a woman. If the character is a woman in Japan in the 1960s, like there's going to be unique elements of life in that particular time period in rural Japan of all places, where there are certain expectations made of women, because Japan's very traditionalist, that to some people at the time caused a great amount of fear.
Yeah. It's also along the fact of, because I talked about in the beginning of the stream where that's just the first layer to the story, the sexism angle. There's a lot more going on with like ideas of conformity and identity and things like that, of like, if you become part of the crowd, will you lose who you yourself are, or will you discover the next person you're supposed to be? That kind of thing, which F goes into a lot about.
Which is also another thing that's very unique to Japan.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure of conformity that comes with that culture.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not making any cultural judgments before anybody tries to fucking crucify me over it, but it is an element of it that you question. And like, again, I personally, like, whenever I see people say it's like, oh, it's like fucking Japan slop and this, that, and the other, I'm like, dude, thank you for making the term slop mean fucking nothing now.
And it's like,
awesome.
Oh, Japan slop, they say about the Japanese franchise.
Yeah. It's about as smart as when V went and criticized one of the people who fucking created Silent Hill and said he wasn't on par with the people who made Silent Hill and were on Team Silent. It's like, motherfucker, what?
Poor Ito, man. Poor Ito.
Probably sitting there like, these Westerners are retarded. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, Monaco's petrified being sold off as a bride like her sister. Yeah, well, especially considering her circumstances. And it's the reason I brought up the fact that New Game Plus is kind of removing the veil, and you're kind of probably seeing the world more for what it really was. Because normal playthrough ending, it's all painted by her perspective and what she's seeing. New Game Plus kind of seems to be more about like dropping the cloak a bit, and you're kind of seeing more of the nuances. Because that's another big aspect on Silent Hill. Your perception literally affects reality. Silent Hill 2 is famous for that, where, people still theorize whether or not Angela and Eddie were even real to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, like, this opens up so many new avenues for the franchise. I was thinking about this. Like, I made the joke earlier about, like, set it in Eastern Europe, you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, nothing changes, yeah.
But imagine having it set in Ukraine in the 1960s.
Yeah.
With somebody who survived the Holodomor.
Yeah,
or somebody who used to live in Chernobyl and it doesn't know how exposed he got to radiation. Yeah. And that's torturing him because now he's got a family and da-da-da-da. Like, there's so much cool shit you could do with it.
Yeah.
That, now that Konami is actually, like, fucking quality checking their goddamn Silent Hill games.
Yeah, right.
There's so many cool ideas that they could actually play with, and I'd love to see.
Yeah. And that's why I'm really open to it, And I know people complain, like, oh, it has nothing to do with the towns. Like, I don't need member berries to like it.
Yeah.
I don't need the member berries. I don't need them to name drop Walter Sullivan. Like, I don't need that. The story it wanted to tell, I thought was good. I am still currently enjoying it on New Game Plus run. Like, I think it's good. And just how ballsy it gets more than once, I genuinely respect. I think that's kind of the big thing I like about it. It's just willing to go there no matter how weird it gets. The Fox Arm stuff is weird, and I fully admit it's fucking weird. But they were willing to do that. That to me is like, that's something. But then you get scenes like what happens at the end with the her going back home, which I can't spoil what that is, but that's one of the most fucked up scenes. It's willing to make their protagonist visibly insane after a point to where you can obviously tell, even if she gets out of this, Hinako is not going to be okay. Tone-wise, it's fully willing to just be a fucked up horror story, and that's what I like. South American Silent Hill, not Mexico. Why would a game set in Japan make references that happen in America? That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, it's a prequel. And they make some references. They probably, if the theory is right, they do name drop White Claudia.
Also, isn't there a, the very first trailer of it played like a Japanese version of Promise, if I remember right? Or, no, it was the original Silent Hill theme.
Yeah. Necrono $2 have a pal that keeps insisting the issue he has that is not taking place in a coastal town in Maine. I can understand since the first 3 did take place there, but I feel that it's more a curse that can hit anywhere. Well, Silent Hill never took place on a coast. It was a lake town. There's a difference.
Yeah, it was set in a town that was over a coal mine.
Yeah. What about Silent Hill set in Russia during the purges? You could pull from there. Like, the whole idea is any place that has a history of mass suffering could potentially become a vessel for whatever is causing Silent Hill.
Yeah.
We're getting a Gintama Sensei anime. Hell yeah. Gintama Sensei's fun. Yeah, Missionaries from America. Oh,
I was gonna say, like, there's so much you could do with it. Like, again,
yeah.
people are gonna some asshole's gonna not a show at me for being a Jew, but look, Polish Jew in 1955 trying to cope. Like,
Yeah.
that would be that would be interesting, you know. But the like fucking somebody from Sierra Leone in the 1980s.
Yeah. There's a lot you could do. And any place with mass suffering, you know, that to me is perfectly fine. It is perfectly fine for a way to kind of explain it. And I like the Cult of Alessa. The Cult of Alessa is cool, but at the same time, we don't need to keep seeing the Cult of Alessa. It'll get to a point where people are like, why the fuck is this cult not dead yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, chat's going Silent Hill blank, but I don't really want everything to be Silent Hill. Missionaries from America brought a plant to Ebisu-Goka. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's implied to be the same plant that the cult was using, which also explains why it does what it does in the plot, and it actually makes a lot of sense. Hell, Ebisu-Goka is a Japanese way of saying Silent Hill in a way. So I have enough member berries to where I am happy with it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a 1-to-1 thing. And yeah, isn't the name is like a take on Silent Hill.
Yeah. Ebisu
it'll in some ways it is like the town itself is kind of a Japanese parallel to it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like I don't think there's coal mines in Japan, but
yeah,
you know,
it's a mountain town. So I think there was mining, but it wasn't coal.
It's very reminiscent of Shiki.
A little bit, yeah. Very isolated mountain town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Ebisu is a Japanese god of fishing, which actually plays into some of the lore stuff that I won't talk about. But it's a god of fishermen that is well known for being silent. It was a silent protector. So you could see the connection there of silence. And Goka is just their suffix for hill. So Silent Hill. Yeah, F feels like a good jumping in point for newcomers to the franchise. It is very different, but I can definitely see someone being intrigued.
It definitely hits the atmosphere of Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Because if there's one thing that Silent Hill, the bad Silent Hill games are the ones that don't nail the atmosphere.
Yeah, they never get the look right.
Because like it's supposed to feel oppressive.
Yeah,
that's the big thing. Like you feel like there's like the one thing that I've always described Silent Hill to someone is if you've ever had someone like push on your solar plexus and just keep pressure there, that's what Silent Hill feels like. You're constantly being pushed by something and you don't know what it is, and it's fucking stressful.
Yeah.
Like that to me, like the first game, the second game, and I haven't finished 3 or 4, but like that's how I've always felt whenever I play a Silent Hill game. It never lets you go, or it's like you're being strangled slowly.
Yeah,
and it's amazing for horror.
Yeah, the best way I always like the way I describe like one of the best Silent Hill games is it feels like the game is cursed. Like, you know, it's like how people used to describe like watching the actual tape in The Ring, where it feels you just get that feeling in your head of like this feels like something that I probably shouldn't be doing, you know, and you feel that way through the entire game. It's just very unnatural and weird, and things just feel off. You know, because some like Resident Evil, you know, Resident Evil 3, it's fun as hell to run around Raccoon City.
Oh yeah,
it is fun as hell solving the puzzles. It's fun as hell running away from Nemesis or shooting with a grenade launcher. Like, it's great. It's thrilling. You know, it's exciting. You have fun with it. Silent Hill always feels like you're constantly in danger, like way more than Resident Evil ever does. I know people talk about how scary Resident Evil is. Resident Evil actually never scared me until 7. But Silent Hill, especially Silent Hill 2, because that's still my all-time peak. There are so many moments in that game where it just feels like when I turn this game off, something's going to be waiting for me in the dark.
Yeah, it lingers
Yeah.
with you. And the funny thing about it is, like, now that we're talking about it, like, there's certain things that are playing in my head that just remind me of it. I still remember the ambient noise of just metal dragging
Yeah.
off in the distance whenever you're in the dark world for the first time and you don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And even when you know it's Pyramid Head, like, you're still like, fuck you, go away. You know, and it just never leaves you. It's so good.
Outlets for Two Fake Monies. Know any IRL location equivalent to Silent Hill? They mainly base Silent Hill off a town in Maine where there's a constantly burning fire underneath the town. It's like this infinity fire that's being fed, I think, on like the gas buildup underneath. So the town is completely empty, no one lives there, and it's filled with smoke. And if you look up pictures of it, it literally looks like Silent Hill. And they based a lot of it off that and a lot of kind of the history of that town, where Silent Hill was a coal mining town. It was also a lake town with a vacation spot, things like that. And yeah, they kind of just played with that and added in a bunch of, influences from like Jacob's Ladder, David Lynch films, things like that.
Yeah, Jacob's Ladder especially is a huge influence on it.
It's one of
especially
Ito's...
the way that, especially one of the ways that some enemies will move are from the nightmare sequences in Jacob's Ladder. So, Chad, if you've never watched that movie, go watch it. It's phenomenal.
It's one of Ito's favorite movies. He was posting about it literally yesterday. He loves that movie.
It's so good.
What kind of tanks does saying a CYBERPOP have? Tread, wheels, legs, or hovering? I will die and be cold in my grave before I let this end without one spider tank. I demand Tachikoma.
Oh, that'll be fun.
It'll be great. I love Tachikomas.
My favorite tanks lately have been hovering because I'm a big 40K fan. I was reading the Dark Imperium books, and the new tanks in 40K on the Space Marine side, they hover.
Yeah.
But the thing about them is, like, they hover with an anti-grav field that is like pushing down constantly. So remember, the Iron Warriors gets this bright idea, which in theory is actually a bright idea. I'm gonna slip under this tank. I'm gonna place a melt-a-bomb under it. I'm gonna sneak out, and then I'm gonna blow it up, and I'm gonna take the tank out. So he dives under it, not realizing how the anti-grav field technology on it works. It fucking turns it into a metal pancake.
Yeah. or orcs are not well known for their thought process.
Oh no, this was this is a Chaos Space Marine that did it.
Yeah, so basically an orc.
Yeah, so he had never seen the tech before, so he just rolls under there and just bleh.
Yeah. Are they in horror games that take inspiration from Eraserhead? I mean, if you look on itch, there's a whole bunch of basically David Lynch style indie game projects people are doing.
Yeah, and Silent Hill does take a bit from David Lynch, so
yeah.
You know.
I'll say Silent Hill 2 remake was good, but if you tell me Blooper Team should make an original Silent Hill game, I will still say no. Yeah, Blooper still has not shown that they can handle something on their own fully.
I'm hearing good things about Chronos.
I am also hearing good things about Chronos, so hopefully it's a sign.
I'm really excited to see what they do with Silent Hill 1.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
That's the next thing that they wanted to finish Chronos first, and then they're doing this.
Yeah. And obviously they're doing Silent Hill 1 to build up to Silent Hill 3, which is the one I'm going to be interested in, because Silent Hill 3 has it has some of the most weird out there stuff.
Yeah. Great monster designs.
What's the most advanced cyberware in the setting? For CYBERPOP, by far it's Yuki. She is very special.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming you've ended stream by the time I get back, glad to support the first book for CYBERPOP. Will definitely be supporting the next one. Hell yeah. Yeah, no Pennsylvania Centralia. Yeah. Silent Hill 3 had the worm from David Lynch version of Dune, Mall Boss. Yeah. A lot of David Lynch influence. It also explains the dialogue and how it can be so weird and out there and dreamlike.
Yeah.
Penis worm. Yeah, no, I fucking love Silent Hill. So yeah, I fully anticipate at some point I'm gonna slip in like a Silent Hill-esque sequence or reference in the comic at some point. I don't know if I'd be able to help myself. And so full body conversions, yes. The most advanced tech is the full body conversion. Everyone else, it's mainly partial, in the sense of like, it's the new hot thing on the market, so everyone's going to want it despite how expensive it is. Very big black market deal for it all. But like full on turning yourself into a Kusanagi or an Alita is something that it's like how we have AI now, where AI is basically a glorified chatbot where it can't really think. It's just kind of repeating information. It'd be like, it would be like Am from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream just popping up there one day with like, how the fuck did that work? Yeah, Silent Hill video win. I do love Silent Hill. It's really good.
Yeah. It's a special series.
Yeah. So the early years of the dystopia? Yeah, it's the early years. Early years / it's kind of just been stagnant because what's the point of advancing further? We're already as far as we need to be. Oh, CYBERPOP feature, the Walter Sullivan circumcision guy. Yeah, amusement park scenes were unsettling too. Yeah. Ever heard the Abrams X? That thing is just straight up an actual cyberpunk tank. The fucker can go invisible on nods and heat sink. It's genuinely something that horrifies me. How dare you shit talk Norosama? She's real to me. But you get my point. Like, we have the idea of the technology in that this is how we know it right now. But the really crazy out there stuff is like 2, 3, maybe even 4 generations ahead. And now that is just ripped and put in this period where the X's aren't owing for them, where they're like, wait a minute, how do we get here? And that's kind of a big mystery. Michael, watch Gim Gim Glitz Faka stuff. It's an orc reviewing the Gundam Heavy Arms in terms of being orky.
I appreciate that, just the fact that that exists, because I actually made a reference to that when I first started doing videos on Wing.
Yeah, not fucking aliens in the Milky Way. Yeah, we're not there yet. We're not there to where there's aliens.
I mean, granted, cyberpunk stuff does get weird. Some people don't know this, but Battle Angel Alita has vampires and werewolves.
And aliens. Remember, you see a
aliens.
facehugger.
That is true.
Yeah. And kind of what I want to focus on is the idea of supernatural clashing with cyberpunk. I know most people hear that and they immediately jump to, oh, so like Shadowrun. Shadowrun's more of like fantasy mixed with cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea I have more is the fact of they are two completely contrasting worlds that do not mesh together. You know, like, one overtaking the other has serious ramifications.
Yeah, we're not looking at like a good recipe. We're looking at like a mad science experiment.
Yeah.
And it's starting to go very wrong.
Yeah, it's sodium and water. It's not supposed to mix. But, you know, I have had ideas for different sequences and different kind of gimmicks to kind of play around with. I will try to find a way to shove in various types of monsters I think sound fun, whether they be mutants or zombies, and who knows, maybe a vampire or two. Like Arcanum. Yeah, it's kind of similar to Arcanum in that one age of the world is dying out, the other one is rising, because, you know, that was a big thing in Arcanum, where because technology took off and they're in the middle of an industrial revolution, the age of magic is falling apart, you know? Magic and technology literally cannot coexist. It will break reality. Yeah, so not full science fantasy. Yeah, no. I have a similar thing with my cyberpunk settings where some guys actually make a self-aware AI, and the reason nobody cared for it in the setting is that World War III just started. I don't know, Silent Hill 2 will be the last game I'll be playing from Konami. My hatred will happen to PT will last forever, and tell me to let go, you can kiss my ass. Well, like, all the guys that did that are already gone from Konami. Like, they're long gone. The company completely restructured. Yeah, poor boy became a room of jars, yeah. Yeah, Science Supernatural, also like Chronicles of Riddick. No, I stated, like, Riddick marries the two together. I explicitly don't want the marriage. You know, it's an abusive relationship, not a marriage, in that they cannot coexist. One has to die. Yeah, 40K can make magic and science work together. Just pray to the toaster.
I mean, that's the fun part about it, is that that's one thing I've always loved about 40K is they actually they like to fuck with you in the sense of like, machine spirit, that's full bullshit. Then you hear about a tank literally open itself up to let a bunch of orcs into it, and then it blows itself up to kill them all.
Yeah. You know, it's like Warhammer, 40K is all about the fact of science and magic has fused together to a point of they're literally the same thing. Here's stuff where AI can win a war. It has anxiety issues, so do most conscripts. Should I get the MPs to force AI into basic? Sincerely want some progression on Cyberpunk's Black Wall stuff at some point. When Goda, we got to see either the hostile AI demons escape from the old internet, and we finally get them to behave. It could be cool.
I have a feeling the next game is gonna probably tackle shit with Black Wall, because like they've
referenced it a lot.
Yeah, like the fact that you can actually use it offensively after you do fucking finish Phantom Liberty should speak volumes as to like kind of the direction they want to go with it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Lolly. I'm afraid I can't do that. Liquid Metal helped give an aesthetic of body horror cyberpunk. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You gotta love Terminator 2. Yeah, science magic is kind of like Doom from Fantastic Four. Yeah, a little bit. I know the long gone, but I've seen what Silent Hill could have been become with PT, and I cannot look at new Silent Hill the same way ever again. Well, it was a tech demo. They're just showing off what they could do. Like, I'm okay to say PT was 2014. I can let it go. It's been how many years, and they restructured, and a lot of people who fuck Kojima over are gone. It's like, I'm fine with it. I just want Silent Hill back.
Some of the themes that were going to be in it obviously got used in Death Stranding.
Yeah, a lot of that too. And hell, I like the fact we get Silent Hill back. It's 2 remake was good. F is good. It's like I'm happy with the way Silent Hill's going. I'm not gonna resent the new stuff just because it wasn't like the old stuff, because that's where you get stuff like Prey 2017 getting fucked over, despite that game being really good. I like the idea of science magic existing, but only in separation, because trying to put them together could lead to Eldritch Nightmare results. Well, it also runs into an issue of the science will try to explain the magic, and that's where it gets less fun.
Yeah. I like that, because we mentioned 40K earlier. Like, that's one thing that I like about the warp, is that it's so unpredictable, and it can do so many fucked up things, and it always finds a way to surprise you.
Yeah.
There's one book that I read recently. It's it goes with the Space Marine chapter called the Carcharodons. And the book, I won't spoil what happens in it, but I'll just say this: like, that book is basically if you took Space Marine 2, the game, and you put it in a blender with the movie Tetsuo the Iron Man. Like, the shit that it does is fucked up. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like already just from that concept alone, it's like Tetsuo got pretty fucked.
Yeah. But that's what I love about it. It's like, I feel like it's, I really hate the idea of over explaining it. What did I call it? Stripping the wizard.
Yeah.
Because that's what Adi Shankar does all the fucking time, and it's like, I don't need this.
Yeah.
Like, even like, if you, because now we're gonna probably rant about Castlevania for a bit, but
yeah.
If you look at Castlevania, like the 2 seasons that everybody loves, the first 2, and a lot of that is because it's kind of obvious that Warren Ellis had a lot of control over it at that point,
and they were basing it off the unfinished Castlevania 3 script.
Yeah, because he had done it like years ago. He'd been trying to make Castlevania a thing for ages, so it's kind of obvious that, like, there was a level of he wanted to use it as sort of an allegory for lack of human understanding
Yeah.
and lack of willingness to understand because of whatever reason, dogma or started as dogma, it really ends up being political control. But so on and so forth. And but he never took the time to explain how the fuck Dracula actually was what he was.
Yeah, he's just a
And
vampire.
how he could do. Yeah, same thing with Al. Like how the fuck do they have these powers? Oh, he's a vampire.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So whereas Addy feels the need to strip the wizard, he feels the need to try to explain everything as opposed to just allowing it to be what it is and sell us on interesting characters.
Yeah. Well, he tries to make them interesting by having them puke out jargon and explanations that they don't even follow through with. Like, I will never forget Netflix DMC mentioning the fact that demons smell like cow shit and sulfur, a very distinct, heavy smell. And yet there were multiple times where a character didn't realize someone was a demon until they literally took a hood off or dropped a disguise. Like, it should literally be impossible for a demon to infiltrate anywhere because they're always going to be noticeable just from how they smell.
Somebody has clearly never smelled sulfur before.
Sulfur and cow shit, specifically. Like, those are very heavy stenches.
Oh, yeah.
So the idea of, like, just spraying some cologne will mask it. It's like, no. And especially in a building full of demons, like, you're going to be smelling that everywhere.
Yeah. I lived out in the country for a while, and one thing that didn't have any cow farms, but there was a pig farm.
Yeah, and you
at
smell
the edge
that.
of town. Yeah, when the wind would blow a certain way, everything smelled like pig shit. Like,
Yeah.
it was fucking awful.
Yeah, I mean,
You can't sneak up to somebody like that.
It's just how it is. So that's one of those things of you don't want to explain too much because you can run into a situation where you need to drop that explanation for a scene you think is cool to the point that it would have been better just not to include any attempt at explaining it at all. You know, and this is kind of what I mean by some people get obsessed with the world building more than anything else, and that they're like, well, what is the rule of this setting? I don't know what's going on. And it's like, well, it's all about what is the story trying to do. Is it trying to be an in-depth exploration of this world and more about like the rules of it and what you can do in this setting? Or is it following a specific, cast of characters in a situation and they're trying to get out of the situation and the situation simply influenced by the setting they're in? There is a big difference, It's the hard sci-fi Arthur C. Clarke, we have to adhere to reality, or is it something more drunk, fun, and crazy and out there? Yeah, sulfur's a strong scent. You can tell that from a mile away, yeah. Yeah, meanwhile, 40K, it's an abomination from the warp, shoot it, or this machinery makes my eyes hurt, makes me feel off, the warp is involved, blow it up. Yeah.
Yep.
Now you mentioned before, only like in the first one, whatever thoughts of streaming FNAF Help Wanted? I heard that's one of the better ones. And it's even funny with the whole Middle Eastern refugee thing. Yeah. Also didn't help there.
God, that's one of those moments where I saw that, and first off, I fucking hate Green Day. So I was just like, oh, fuck me. Like, you turned him into Dick Cheney.
Yeah, it's like,
what
the fuck?
Why did you make quite literally Kevin Conroy's final voice performance Dick fucking Cheney? This is not 2003.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
You know what he would have been awesome as? Fucking Sparta.
Yeah. So there's not only that, and the second thing is like, so like the war in Iraq, our enemies were the Republican Guard.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, and you look at the stuff that they did, like, just watch Dankula's video on what was it, Hootie? I think was the name. Udi, yeah, Hassan's son. Please tell me that that's a great guy you want walking this earth.
Yeah.
Or are we going to be talking about like the people in Afghanistan who, cheered when thousands of people died during 9/11?
Well,
what are you trying to say here, pal?
Well, more than that, Afghanistan has a whole thing known as Bachibazi, which if you look into that, you want that entire fucking place glassed.
Yeah.
It's like, It's the same basic bitch, like, guys, I'm a heckin' liberal thing. And it's like, that's well and good. What the fuck is this doing in Devil May Cry? Like
this.
This relates to what I'm talking about, in the fact of adding in politics to a story that does not need it is just so you can jerk yourself off, and in 30, 40 years down the line, people are going to accuse you of being Nazi propaganda. There is no way to escape the fact that people's sensibilities just fucking change.
I did a video, like, or I recorded my thoughts after every fucking episode. You just watch me die inside for an hour if you watch it. But fucking the one thing that gets my goat is, like, I could kind of understand using the idea of, like, Sparta left a lot of people behind, therefore I resent Sparta's bloodline.
Yeah.
You know, because my friends, if he had taken them with him, they wouldn't have been left to die.
Yeah.
That by itself could have been pretty decent motivation.
Yeah, you know, it's like...
Because for the existence of Sparta tells us there are some demons that aren't fucking assholes.
Yeah. And they could have established that maybe Sparta rose up with an army, you know, like he had people that helped him and he left them behind either intentionally or unintentionally, and the descendants of that army resented Sparta because of it, you know, something like that.
Yeah, there's stuff that you could do with it, but, like, I feel like it's Adi Shankar spending way too much fucking time jerking himself off.
Yeah. You know, it's one of those things. That entire end sequence with them invading hell is the most dumbass fucking thing ever. Like, if that is the epitome of only stupid people think that is smart. Because there's so many things where if you just take a step back and think about it, it makes the thing look horrible.
It really does.
Yeah, Dick Cheney, Dick Cheney, Dick Cheney. Yeah, just over and over and over again.
Yep.
And this is what I mean by, like, the other Devil May Cry stories never had to worry about that because they were style over substance and they didn't think they were smart. They didn't think they were saying anything that profound. They were able to do a lot more, you know? Sometimes the absolute best thing you can do is just be fucking dumb. Have fun. Be like, hey, why do you care so much about what people spend as their fucking tax rate in this setting where there's demon invasions from hell every other week?
Yeah. Like, the best story in Devil May Cry is in the 5th game, in my opinion.
It's one of the better ones, yeah.
And part of the reason that it does as well as it does is it's a very personal story.
Yeah.
And it's very personal, interesting, but it's all character struggles.
Yeah, you know, it's...
You know...
Dante and Virgil and Nero. I mean, like, all three characters are tied to each other in a way that is the focus of the story.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be super complicated. It's enough to where there is a reason for you to go to the next area. It's very much your princess is in another castle, like, level of, well, not that level of simplicity, but it's not super complicated, you know. Here's a character, here's his motivation, here's how it ties into the other characters, and you give them their paths, you figure out where they're going to intersect, and then you just let them go.
Yeah.
We don't need a 5-minute essay on how the fuck the tree works in it. It's like, oh, well, it harvests human blood, and if demons eat human blood, they get stronger. Yeah. Okay, cool. I am with you. Let's just go. I do not need a scientific breakdown of how they digest the plasma and how they turn it into energy and da-da-da-da. I don't need to know about their fucking reproductive process. Just go. Like, let's have fun. We're on the roller coaster. Let's just put our hands up. I don't need a fucking engineering lecture about how this thing works.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I thought Netflix May Cry was going to be like a fun, little early 2000 nostalgia. So I liked the music it had, but a commentary on the war and terror was not the 2000 nostalgia I wanted. Exactly. And what's stopping Mundus or any other demon lord from the human world and Virgil willingly working for Mundus is dumb as hell. Yeah, like, there's so much about the story where if you just took a step back and thought about it, it gets dumber. It gets dumber to a point of You can't even say, well, Devil May Cry has always had dumb stories. Like, yeah, they're dumb, but they're solid for what they are. This is to the point that there's massive gaping plot holes it just wants you to ignore.
Pretty much.
Yeah, exhaustive world building plus ham-fisted political messaging gets too often praised as being deep when it's the most basic thing you can do. Yeah, it's like the vibe I get is there's like a phenomenon where when people talk about different eras of history, they always bring up like a very famous piece of media, and especially like Vietnam era, they always talk about like the music, like that was the song of Vietnam, that kind of thing. And it kind of feels like a lot of people are obsessed with that, where they're trying to be the media of the time. They're trying to be the one to like usher in the next age by like, well, I called them out. You know, it's doing the debate me bro shit, but as like a show in full length, where it's like, well, I laid out all these points and you can't do shit against it. Fuck you. And it's like, this is fucking dumb. What are you doing? Like it's
like if Destiny or Hassan wrote it.
Exactly. You know, I'm watching a Twitter argument as a show, and it's like, that's not what I'm here. I'm here for action and stuff like that. Like, I'm okay with a show disagreeing with me politically. You know, I've been watching Peacemaker. I actually think Peacemaker's pretty fun. James Gunn very obviously does not share my politics. But it's this thing where, like I said, especially in the recent years, Israel-Palestine very much was an issue that kind of tripped a lot of people up. Because everyone is getting so dogmatic and so like, I need to be the one to call X group out, that they don't understand how rapidly aging every platform they have is. If you try to focus on just your political platform, you will fuck yourself over. Because by the time you get it done and out into the public eye, it's already going to be aged by like fucking 10 years. You know, the rate of human attention span is too fast to keep up, and you cannot do it forever. Hell, you know, game development, there's already like a famous saying that everything is made 5 years in advance. So the reason why a lot of games can feel like they age really badly if they try to pander to people is the fact that because when they got started on it, it was 5 years ago. This shit was relevant 5 years ago. And it gets to a point where like, just don't bother trying to be modern. You know, don't bother trying to emulate these talking points and what people talk like if it's not gonna fit and you know it's not gonna work. You know, like, you know, I will suck the dick of Expedition so hard it's like a fucking vacuum cleaner. You know, I love that game to death. It's one of my favorites now, like favorite games period now. And that is just this fucking weird-ass French RPG made by a bunch of weebs that really love Final Fantasy and all these obscure-ass JRPGs they played as a kid.
Starring Daredevil.
Yeah,
at least
yeah.
part of it.
Yeah, right? You know, it's just these nerds that got together and were like, fuck trying to be the big dog, I'm just going to walk my own path. And because they're willing to do that, because they weren't trying to comment on stuff like colonialism or racial justice or anything like that, and they just fucking made a story, you know? They were able to make something that I guarantee in like 10 years' time, people are not going to be complaining about the political messaging of Expedition. They're going to be complaining about other aspects to it, or they're going to be praising aspects of it. You know, it set itself up perfectly to stand the test of time.
And there's other media out there that even its political elements are kind of blatant, especially if you understand the politics of the time.
Yeah.
But they're written in such a way that there's elements of it that still apply. Watchmen's a good example of this.
Yeah.
Like Watchmen, the politics behind Watchmen, like it's very much like a dunce's view of the Cold War.
Yeah.
But there's elements of it that are still, you know, like some things that the comedian said, and like the way that he addresses Dr. Manhattan and just kind of calls out the absurdity of the age.
Yeah.
Still hits, you know.
It's
Rorschach
also,
still hits, you know.
It's also willing to be more of just a story about general power, like, you know, because that was kind of the big thing with Watchmen, where the Cold War was essentially just governments fighting over who had the most power, and the heroes themselves kind of take it upon themselves because they viewed themselves the most powerful. I mean, that's the whole thing with Ozymandias. He thought he could be the man to usher in world peace. And you kind of just see that once someone has enough power and they know it, they can do horrifying things, you know? Because
Exactly.
Ozymandias is basically a sociopathic billionaire elitist that kills millions of innocent, regular working people because he's like, but the ends justify the means. You know, he's a man as far removed from the situation as possible, living in fucking Antarctica, and he's like, no, I can fix this.
And even though Alan Moore obviously had his like givings about how he thought people were going to perceive it, he actually thought that people were going to like be all in on Ozymandias.
Yeah, at
like,
least sympathetic
dude.
towards him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like nah, homie, not
Yeah.
really. But he wrote it in such a way that these characters were so complete that you could understand their motivations and then come to your own conclusions.
Yeah.
You know, he does that with a lot of his work.
You get the different perspectives on it, where like Rorschach and the comedian were willing to die over this, despite being supposedly the evil ones of the group. Owlman and Silk Spectre, they were just kind of cowards who wanted to kind of like turn their head and pretend it never happened. Dr. Manhattan was basically like, at this point, I'm just done with humanity. You know, I'm leaving. See you guys. Fuck you. Ozymandias is kind of stuck thinking he solved everything, but even Dr. Manhattan tells him, you know, it's not going to work, right? And it fucks with him.
Yeah. And that's like, like the funny thing about it is like, I think to this whole Israel-Palestine conflict, and I have my opinions on it. I'm not going to go in depth on anything, but the fact of the matter is that war is wrapping up.
Yeah.
Whether people want to realize it or at least this phase of this, what is effectively a proxy war between the United States and Iran.
Yeah.
The way that we're looking at it now and the way that we're going to look at it in 20 years are going to be two completely different ways. I have no doubt.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
A lot of the people that are going to be like, oh, free Maheckin Palestine are going to look like they're going to make media that tries to criticize Israel or the United States and the way that they handled the situation. And then
they're going to be called Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, like they're gonna end up like on the quote unquote wrong side of history because like they literally like this is my biggest issue with people who discuss the topics. Have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They know nothing about the history of the Middle East and the reason why this shit is happening. And they're gonna look stupid, you know, in the future. Like there's well, I'm trying to think of a good example of this because there's it's like some people tried to say that like We Were Soldiers is the worst Vietnam film because it's not as like critical as like Platoon is. And it's like, no, it's, if I remember right, We Were Soldiers is based on a true story.
Yeah, it's based off like the first major battle of the Vietnam War.
Yeah, it's like not everybody in fucking Vietnam was Animal Mother.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's, and more than that, it comes down to the simple issue of sentimentality changes with time. There's a reason I quote MGS3 to this fucking day, because that speech is just reality. Like that is probably one of the best speeches in a game ever, in the sense of you need to have your own principles as a person, because if you let other people decide them for you, they're gonna change. They're gonna change, and you're gonna find yourself becoming a paradox of a human being. You know, like,
yeah,
because the whole Israel-Palestine thing, like, I literally remember, like, October 6th, you were anti-Semitic monster if you ever criticized Jews or Israel in any shape or form. October 7th and 8th, how dare Israel do this? They're fucking monsters. It was the same people doing it. So it's this whole thing of the fact of, on a dime, positions can change and become completely different things, and people even acknowledge the hypocrisy and pretend like you're crazy for pointing it out. And it's like, yeah, past a certain point, you kind of realize that's just kind of modern politics in a nutshell, where it's things are always changing and getting more hypocritical, more goofy, more more hard to follow. And if you're not the loudest retard in the room, you're not loud enough for them. And it gets to a point where people even acknowledge they're being rage baited. They'll acknowledge they're being made miserable. They'll acknowledge they're being taken advantage of, and they still follow through with it because they're just trained to spite the other side that hard, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's the reason why a lot of gate movements fail, where I've explained the process more than once, where it starts off with the idealists, you know, the guys who get involved and want to build something and are like, fuck, we can do this. This is our shot. You know, we can take a stand, or we can do this. You know, they have the dream. It's the dreamers. Then you have the guys that are in it for the money. And the guys that are in it for the money are the ones who fuck everything, because they get greedy, they get sleazy, they start fucking people behind the scenes, and things just turn to shit. And that's kind of just internet politics in a nutshell now, where it feels like every issue now has somebody trying to be the main character of it.
Yeah. And they don't really realize that times are changing. Like, here's a really interesting example. Because, you know, obviously I'm a bit older than you, by like 10 years, I think.
Yeah, about.
Yeah, I remember when, before 9/11, our biggest ally on the planet was France.
Yeah.
Our relationship, and we also had very close ties with Germany.
Yeah.
At the time, Japan, so on and so forth. Now our ties with France and Germany are fucking terrible.
Yeah.
But we're still close with Japan, obviously, and our ties with Israel have become stronger. And I know people are gonna, you know, start with the conspiracy theories, like what the fuck ever. But the reality of it is that like there's reasons for it. Part of it is also on an economic level.
Yeah.
Like, because we are very tied into them economically, and Israel is one of the nations, also like South Korea, whose we've also gotten closer to over the years.
Yeah, we're importing like how much fucking Korean media now?
Yeah, on top of that, we're also importing Korean tech and Israeli tech a lot, and we're exporting our own to them.
Yeah.
So there's you know an obvious, like they've become stronger trade partners.
Yeah.
And whereas the industry in our old partners in Europe has fallen by the wayside. So economically speaking, our alliances have shifted because the times are shifting.
Yeah.
But people like I thought you made a really good tweet a while ago, it was like a week ago, said like internet political commentators have made the world demonstrably worse, and a lot of it is because they have absolute main character syndrome when it comes to these issues. Like, I remember just because he got fucking ass mad at Ethan and Gila Klein, Destiny was like, "Oh, I'm all in on the fucking Palestine train."
Yeah,
I'm like, funny you say that. So are they, dummy.
Yeah, you know, it's this whole thing of like people operate off spite to where it paints everything they see and they do, and that's so easy to take advantage of. And that's why it is really important to kind of acknowledge that's what's going on, in the sense of people just kind of let spite take hold of their worldview to the point that they'll let anything on their supposed side slip through if they think it fucks the other guy over, you know. And that's why I tell people all the time, if you want an understanding of what modern politics are, watch cult documentaries and true crime, specifically organized crime, because that really does give you a perspective on how a lot of these tactics work, because politics and crime are kind of tied at the hip now. Hell, do you want to know how Stalin got into power? He was a fucking gangster from Georgia that they hired on because he was the enforcer that could fuck up the enemies of the Soviet Party. Then he killed everybody in his way. Saddam Hussein was the exact same way, propped up by the CIA to take control of the Ba'ath Party of Iraq, killed everybody in his way, and took power. You know, it is a common story in the sense of people let in the guys they view as the heavy because they think, oh, well, he'll be very useful, not understanding that other guy has an agenda himself. You know, he has his own agenda, and he will fuck you to get that agenda done. Which is why it's a really bad idea to think anyone spouting the same talking point is on your side, or that or that they will not, in their own way, try to warp things to be their own gain. You know, it's like, I genuinely believe like Twitter monetization has made things infinitely worse on the internet, because everyone's encouraged now to bot their tweets to make it look like it's more popular stance than really is, to encourage just constant clapbacks and fighting, which was already pretty bad before. Like, when there's financial motivation involved, you get greed, and greed is the thing that kills so many things.
Absolutely. Because like I genuinely wonder, it's like, do like people actually believe that someone like Hassan Piker, who, again, like the meme about like, oh, he's the socialist with the Gucci bag, gotta have my something, Pump's gotta have my swag, and like him or Noah Samson, or like these people, they give a flying fuck about somebody who got a fucking Israeli bomb dropped on their fucking head? No, they don't.
Yeah.
They don't even, like, they don't give a flying fuck. They support the fucking terror groups. Which, like, if you don't like the IDF, you know, like, you probably have reasons not to like them, like, for anybody out there, because they've done some stupid shit. But the terror groups are a lot worse, and they're unironically supporting people who fucking decapitated babies.
Well,
it's, like, and it's like, do you really think they do it because Israel bad? They don't really think about what they're doing. Like, one of these idiots.
It's way worse.
Sorry, I got a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay.
One of these idiots raised like $250,000 supposedly for Palestine. It was for a United Nations fund to Palestine, meaning most of that's getting pocketed by the United Nations. It's never going to help a child eat. It's never going to help anything like that, but it will go into the pocket of Hamas eventually.
Yeah.
So congratulations, you just funded terror, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. Well, and it's worse because, like, even saying they support Hamas as being generous and that, they have no idea who they are. You know, it's a matter of they don't actually know what's going on. All they know is, you know, the new Superman came out, and you have the Bravia and the other country I don't fucking remember the name of, conflict, and everyone talks about how that's a reference to Israel, Palestine, and all that.
Yeah.
That is probably the best way to describe what they believe the situation is. They think it's a bunch of poor farmers who, you know, they have no guns, they're being steamrolled by a genocidal warpath, and not understanding that the Middle East is a region described by blood. It is nothing but violence. And it's kind of one of those things of, it's really complicated to talk about, because there's you would have to literally look back at thousands of years of history to explain how everyone got into the position they were. It's just how it is over there. You know, it's blood feuds can last for centuries. And it's this thing where we have a bunch of fat, white, rich kids in America who are going, yeah, guys, diddy blah, you know, support X side because full of poor brown people. And it's like, dude, this is the kind of shit that makes people stupid. It's the turning political issues into reality TV and easy to digest TikTok clips, and not the fact of there's some shit we just shouldn't be involved with, shouldn't talk about, shouldn't try to poke our fat, white, rich heads into. And the fact that, like, when you have the situation we have now, it's like people are better off just kind of going, it's not our problem, it's not really our deal. Like let's just, you know, not get involved in this shit.
Yeah, and that's my philosophy. It's like, I have my opinions, sure, but
yeah.
At the end of the day,
you're not like sending death threats to a Hollywood actress because, you know, she's got an Israeli family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and on top of that, like, I will admit, like, because I used to be a political commentator for a website, like, I know a bit more about the history of the region and how things have played out. And even then, it's like the solutions that exist for this problem are not ones that these fucking midwits are ready to hear.
Yeah.
And why the fuck would I give a shit about their opinions either?
Well,
Because
and especially with
you
how
know,
loud they want to be about it.
yeah, well, and that's the biggest issue. It's like it's not even about people that in discussion these days. It's not even about people that understand the topic and have really interesting things to say. Though there are people out there that do have interesting things to say that get enough attention, which gives me a little bit of hope. But at the same time, there's just too many people that are popular because they're loud and they say viral things. Looking at you, Mark Kern, because now I'm going to shift into video games.
Yeah.
Because I don't want chat to be pissed at me. The like it's like the reason I have to, like, he makes a good point on occasion, but he also, that dude would, if everyone from fucking Tencent lined up, dropped their pants and said suck our dick, he would fucking dive on that shit. He'd be like, I'll motorboat your asshole too. Like, fuck me. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I hate that, you know, it's like these fucking leeches are dominating conversation in some ways, and then those of us who use our goddamn brains have to deal with the dumbest fucking narratives. You know, I just dealt with the fucking anime ban, quote unquote, in Texas, where there was no fucking anime ban.
Yeah.
Just
well, like I said,
God.
everything has to be rage bait. Everything has to make you miserable. Everything has to be the new thing that's gonna burn the world down. You know.
Yeah, and it's, you start looking into it, and it's like, no, this is not what you're saying it is. Please stop saying this is it. Oh, now I know why you're saying this, because it's making you money.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, you're a piece of shit, pal.
Pilgrim, $5. I can get you a gun, a plane ticket, and a group of other idiots. I hate those who pretend to care. You told the story of the benefactor and the gun. Yeah, basically, it's like everyone wants to rile each other up to be their own personal army, and I think that is where the main character syndrome comes into, where everyone wants to be the cult leader. Everyone wants to be the face of it, and it gets to a point where it just kind of comes down to a personality clash in that, you know, I look at a guy like Ross Scott, who did Stop Killing Games, and he handled that probably the best possible way he could have handled it. Like,
yeah,
he didn't make it about himself. He explicitly tried to avoid drama until it was literally forced to be addressed. And even after he got a boon in support, he never made it about himself or tried to grift off it. He was like, oh, thank God we can get this issue solved. That will forever live in my mind as like such a contrast to how every other online issue has been handled. Like, every other online issue has turned into buy my coffee or buy this or buy that. It's always been about selling a product.
Yeah. And one thing that I disagree with some elements of the way that Ross presented Stop Killing Games, but there's definitely some issues in it that I also want to see solved, and I'm hoping that we can get some sort of resolution on them, especially the licensing thing.
Yeah.
I'm very much of the belief that, and I don't think anybody argued, like, even Pirate Software said, like, yeah, the licensing shit is fucking ridiculous, and there needs to be some sort of legal action against it.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I especially liked about Ross is his willingness to discuss it.
Yeah.
Which was ultimately, like, how he beat, quote unquote, Pirate Software, was just the willingness to talk.
Yeah. Because he even outright said that, yeah, some of the stuff he didn't think was that good or might have went a little too far, but he just wanted someone to look at it.
Yeah, and like I know for a fact that he saw some of the criticisms that he got from Pirate Software and others, and took the stuff that he's like, well, yeah, maybe they got a point, and made adjustments. Because if you go back to the Wayback Machine, you look at like the initial page on Stop Killing Games, and then you look at what it is now. It's so much more in depth, and so much more better explained on what the goals are, and like ways that this can be achieved than it was at the start. Like, it was yeah. He impressed me as it went on, for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. And that's kind of what we need more of. We need more of like the problem solving and less so much of the, well, look how much money I made off this. You know, it's like, because at the end of the day, all that's doing is making some other fat douchebag happy and getting him a bunch of money. Like, to kind of tie it all back to the comic thing, so we can kind of show that a little bit, it's like, I'm not pretending I'm saving the world with this. It's like, I'm not saying like, oh, buy this so we can finally kill woke Marvel or some shit like that. It's like, no, it's just meant to be fun. I want to give people that breath of fresh air of the sense of everything nowadays is driving everyone insane. I've mentioned it more than once where for like a solid 3-4 weeks straight, I was just spammed every hour of my life by some kind of political thing, whether it be, my parents sending me links to shit, my buddies talking about shit. I would get pings on Discord about it. I would see it all over Twitter. Like it literally got to this point where it felt like almost a Lovecraftian phenomenon in the sense of, do you remember that movie, The Stuff?
I don't think I've ever watched it, but I know what you're talking about. It's the one with the, like, killer marshmallows, right?
Yeah. Where it's this like super famous sweet product that is taking the nation by storm and you cannot get away from it. And you find out it's eating people alive from the inside. And it is this thing where you kind of have that moment of thinking that's what's going on, in the sense of everyone's addicted to this stuff. Everyone cannot get away from it. Everyone constantly wants to get involved with it. And it's eating you alive. Hell, look at what happened with Kimmel. When Kimmel got fired because Kimmel's not fucking funny. And a guy shot up one of the ABC stations. And this was a dude, he wasn't like some mentally ill kid. He was like a fucking 50-year-old lawyer or some shit. And it's like, it's like, what the fuck is a 50-year-old lawyer getting so heated about that fucking Jimmy Kimmel is the thing that made him want to go to prison? It's like, how do you get that? How do you let yourself get to that level? How do you get that low? Because for a fact that guy was probably the exact same way. Every single hour of his life is just inundated with politics. Everything has to be the new thing ruining the world. Everything has to be the new thing talking about how the Nazis are back. Everything's about how everyone across the world is dying all at once. It gets to a degree where you really do kind of have that splash of cold water in the sense of, we have got to fucking stop this. We have got to, in some way, break out of this mentality. This shit is not healthy.
Yeah, that was... I don't know, I can't really pinpoint a time like when I had no, that splash of cold water myself, but I feel like it's probably like a few years ago, is, like, there is, like, at the end of the day, what I want to do is provide something that I don't feel like it's the capitalism in the most base sense. I want to provide something that other people are not providing.
Yeah.
And I understand that might sound greedy to some people but I'd rather be honest about the fact that yes, this is going to make me money.
Yeah.
But you're going to get something cool out of it too. And I want to make sure, and because I want you to continue to buy it and continue to have fun, and I'm going to make more of it.
Yeah. Well, it's the basic, I kind of refer to it as like small town economy. It's like you live in a small town, you all, like, everyone knows that old lady that makes custom fucking, I don't know, like dog collars, just someone who has this little hobby they're doing just because they think it's fun and other people like it, and it gives them something to do and get you a chance to talk to people, that kind of thing. Yeah, and it's like, I just want to enjoy shit. I just want people to have fun. Yeah, it's like the fact that people sound genuinely depressed saying that, like, that's not fucking healthy. The level of obsession people have with this crap is not healthy. And it's driving people insane to a degree of it's to the point that I have seen people fully acknowledge that, oh yeah, someone might be lying about an issue, but I just hate this so much I can't look past it. And it's like, but if they're lying to you about it, it's not going to be what you think it is. You're letting yourself get manipulated. You're letting yourself get rage baited, Like, when you acknowledge you let yourself get rage baited, but you still do it anyway, at that point, that's an addiction. It's like you don't care about the context. You just cared that you got that feeling, that feeling of anger or righteous indignation, whatever you want to call it, you know? And that is something to where if you let yourself fall into that for a long enough period of time, your brain's going to be broken. And it's something to where I'm hopefully seeing more people kind of acknowledge it. I do not know. It kind of feels like it feels like people are kind of in that level of I know it's bad, but I can't let it go type feeling, because people still make dumb takes in videos. People still rage bait others. Like, I have no idea how to fix that. All I know is I don't want to involve people in that shit.
Yeah, basically, because life is too short to be pissed off all the time is my favorite line from American History X.
Yeah.
Because there's so much truth to that. Like, it's people, you know, like, just like I had a point in my life where I was just angry all fucking day. And at some point I just got sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah.
And I just said, I'm not going to be this anymore. And I'm going to cut out the stuff that makes me this way.
Yeah.
And I did. And then my life got better. Who'd have thunk it, right?
You can't help people who don't want you to help them. And I acknowledge that, but that also gets to a level of, like, there is kind of a misery loves company mentality behind that, where it's like, if they notice you're not outraged, they will get outraged that you're not outraged. I mean, that was literally the whole thing with the fucking Israel-Palestine thing when it kicked off in Hollywood. Like, actors were constantly tattling on each other of like, well, this person's Israeli or this person didn't say anything. Like, people are calling each other cowards over it. Like, it got to a level of like, this is fucking dangerous, you know? And it's to a degree of just flat out, people are just addicted to the witch hunting and feeling as if they're fighting some great evil, and you can't let yourself feel that all the time. And the worst part is you'll have like political commentators who will feed into this, and they'll also give people that same advice of like, well, don't get black pilled, guys. We can do this if we fight together. And it's like, but you're actively making them more black pilled. You know, it's like you're telling them, well, just have hope we can get past this, while you're drowning them in this information that's making them feel just like there's nothing left. You know, it's like, it's that performative nature of the we're all in this together struggle. And that's something that I've just gotten to a point of also saying is just very cynical and borderline like sleazy or downright unethical. It's like this is building up a fanatical cult-like devotion to the guy promising to make it all go away. And the worst part is, I'm not even talking about a president. I'm talking about just any political figure. How many people have fucking said Hassan could eventually be a president just because they listen to every goddamn word he says, or like a Destiny,
or on the opposite side of the spectrum of Steven Crowder.
Yeah, or a Fuentes, a Nick Fuentes. You know, it's like it's this thing where political commentator as a class is something that is very self-serving, and I definitely feel like there needs to be that moment where people break out of that spell and go, what the fuck are we letting ourselves become? You know?
Yeah. You got to break the Pavlovian conditioning.
Yeah.
Which basically, for those who don't know what that means, this is something that content creators do, whether it's conscious or subconscious. With some of them, it is conscious. For some of them, it's not. It's this basic idea of keeping you in a feedback loop of anger.
Yeah.
So that you, like Lolly said, like it's an addiction. Like you get off on being angry at a point, and you don't really realize that you're doing it, but it's been giving you that endorphin hit because you get that great sense of self-righteousness.
Yeah.
And the problem is that, and this is the one thing that none of them will ever tell you, none of them are changing the world.
Yep.
Like, there's going to be a Steven Crowder fan again who gets mad at me, but I'm going to say this fucking anyway. The instant that tape came out of him saying a bunch of shit to his wife and seeming to, like, care more about his dog than his unborn kid, it told you everything you needed to know about the guy.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing with Hassan. Like, the instant that Hassan was talking all this fucking socialism and all this other shit, then he leases out a goddamn Ferrari. It tells you everything you need to know about it. Like, these guys are not changing the world. They're not, but they're trying to sell you on it.
Yeah.
So that you feel like you're a part of it. The problem is that you're not going to change the world.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a dickish thing to say, but to be honest with you, whether like it's like a big part of adulthood and a big part of growing up is coming to the realization that you're not going to change the world and you don't have that ability, that you're just not that guy. And there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Like when I was a political commentator, I had that realization when I came to the end of it. I realized that I was just an op-ed guy for the fucking Ruskies, and I had been put into a situation where, in reality, the reason I took the job that I did was because I didn't want to work at State Farm anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to change the world. I'm not in a position to change anybody's mind, and I've never been good at it, because even if I do put forward a good argument, I'm too good at pissing people off and not good enough at convincing them. So, I'm just like, you know what? Fuck this. Like,
yeah.
You know, my values are not changing. I'm still a Christian, you know, I'm still, like, religiously speaking, I am still fairly conservative, politically speaking. But the whole thing is I just want to create fun stuff and get back to the basics of what I enjoy most in life, which was making people happy.
Yeah.
Because I fucking love that feeling of people being like, this was awesome, thank you.
Yeah, you know, like I said, the reactions we were getting just off CYBERPOP alone, where you had all these different people stumbling into it and being happy about it and thinking it looked really cool, and you know, we didn't have to include any like dumbass political messaging in it because that was never the point, you know. And on top of that, it's just one of those things of you're just playing into the addiction aspect of, well, you have to separate people, you have to do this, you have to do that, you don't want those fans, and it's like, dude, that's not fun, you know. It's not fun. Yes, there's always going to be psychos. There's going to be assholes who make you pick a side. But it's one of those where if you make it clear, like, I don't want to play that game because we've been playing that game for how long now and nothing's gotten better. It's only gotten worse. People hate each other more than they have in a very long time. And it's all over shit that if they just fucking talk to each other could be solved, you know? Stop viewing everyone as the existential threat and just acknowledge, hey, we probably shouldn't be doing this. And I know everyone likes to boil that down to, we can all just get along. It's like, yeah, that shit you're taught as kids, and people for some reason can't figure that out. You know, it's...
Yeah.
When I go out in public, I don't care that the barista who's making me coffee is some fucking lib chick just because, like, she's making me coffee. I'm not going to be a dick to her. She hasn't had a bad enough day as it is, you know? It's... When I go to a gun store, I don't care if the gun guys are all Trump guys, you know. It's like, because I'm there to buy a gun, and, you know, I like making jokes with people, you know. It's all of it is just flavor text of human beings. And CYBERPOP announcement genuinely lit a fire with me for the first few times. Exactly, people had fun with it, you know. And so many times you have like kids, like actual kids, manipulated into this shit, and it just feels dirty. Like, it feels like, I really don't want to drop the term unethical, but it does feel unethical to have this push to get kids involved in this shit. Like, a few months ago, it might have been like half a year now, there was some like 14-year-old kid who like saw some of my takes on Twitter and was like in the stream chat trying to go like, well, you know America is committing a genocide right now and all this, and like people
Yeah, I remember that kid.
Yeah, people found his account. He's like some 14-year-old kid, and that was one of those things where I literally had to step back and go like, this is some fucking kid who's not even out of high school yet, and he thinks that this is going on in the world. What the fuck are we doing? Like,
yeah.
And I know people are trying to like rail on him and go like, oh, well, fuck off, you fucking moron. And it's like, this is a fucking kid, dude. Like, a kid this brain rotted already by this shit to where he thinks this is reality. That's not cool to me. Like, that's a level of genuinely scary, you know, because I got buddies who have kids, you know, like Dick Bro. I talk about him all the time. He's got a daughter. his daughter is now able to like actually talk and is having conversations with them and thinking about like what could happen with her in the sense of could she fall into one of these rabbit holes and become someone like that? Like, that's terrifying. It's being convinced to disown your own fucking family because some asshole online convinced you that they're Hitler. It's like that's cult mentality. That's why I say, like, looking into cults and looking into criminal organizations gives you a really good perspective on how all this shit works, where at the end of the day, they want everyone broken up and turned into a tool. And like that's one of those fucked up things that like we shouldn't be doing that crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, 14 years old is too young to be this paranoid. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's a lot wrong with that, and there's a lot that, to me, that just kind of puts a bad feeling in my gut.
I mean, when I was 14, I was fucking building Gunpla and shit. Like,
Yeah.
you should be having fun, and like at that age, like coming to the realization that girls are actually not as disgusting and filled with cooties as you thought they were, and da 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 da. Like,
Yeah.
you should be able to be a kid.
Yeah, when I was 14, me and my buddies were just kicking each other in the nuts because we thought it was funny. It's like you're meant to have like dumb fun as a kid, and I get it. Reality sucks, and parents will complain, and the kids will just latch on to whatever their parents are talking about. But it's one of those things where I do think we need to come back to a level of apathy, of like, fuck this, who cares? Just just to give people a fucking break. It's like, not to say issues aren't important, like, yeah, the Epstein files are pretty fucking important and shit like that, but people have been drowned in this for over 15 years. At some point, someone has to go, can we talk about something else?
Yeah, it's one of those things, because somebody in the chat was like, said something to the tune of like, well, you need to be able to care about these things. Because I know Kier says it all the time, like, you got to care about politics, or at some point politics will care about you. There's some truth to that.
There is.
And we're not denying that. But guys, you have got to be able to turn off the fucking switch on occasion.
Yeah.
You gotta be willing to change the channel.
Yeah. Sig162, $5. Being old is realizing you're 27. The internet ops you're slap fighting with are 17. Yeah. Yeah, when I was 14, I was having fun with my friends. Exactly. It is this thing where, yeah, it's like, to be honest, apathy's what got us here. But that's the problem. That is the programming. The idea of you need to always be fighting. That is that mentality. That is that dangerous mentality where if you're primed to always fight, then you're always going to need an enemy. And that enemy will constantly shift. And that's where you get into the dangerous territory. Because if someone is able to talk you into believing something is an enemy, then they can just choose whatever that is. Like I said, the Israel-Palestine thing, the day before that all happened, it was Russia-Ukraine that was the issue everyone had to care about. When you are angry, you get stupid, and stupidity is easy to manipulate. That's why they want people constantly angry. That's why they want people constantly thinking the world's ending. Because you're emotional, you're short-sighted, you're not thinking about things, you're just reacting.
Basically. Like there's nothing wrong with being an informed voter.
Yeah.
But you also have to keep something in mind here. You're the voter.
Yeah.
That's it. Your total thoughts on this are going to matter twice out of every 4 years.
Yeah.
Midterms, and then the main election, the presidentials. That's it. And you don't have to make yourself miserable to be able to be a fucking informed voter.
Yeah.
You take a little bit of time to read the news. You don't make it your whole fucking life. That's what we're talking about. We're not saying don't learn things. Like that's not, this is not, that fucking thing from, what was it? Red Letter Media, like consume product and be like, no, that's not what we're saying. Don't straw man us. Come on now.
Aaron1313, $5. Question for the guest. Would you rather be drop kicked by Goldship at full horse strength or punched by Mike Tyson at full strength?
I have worked around horses before. I used to actually work at a ranch for a bit. I would rather be hit by Mike Tyson.
I think I could take Goldship. I think I could do it.
I've also been punched by humans, so Like, I had a horse kick near me, and I just felt the wind from it. And I was like, oh god, if that hit me, I would die. Mike Tyson would just knock me unconscious.
Yeah.
I would get up and I wouldn't even remember it. Goldship, I'd be looking at the fucking pearly gates with St. Peter going, don't stand behind them, dummy.
Yeah. No, but I'm built diffy. I believe there needs to be a balance. If you're too lax, people sneak in and fuck everything up. Too tense and paranoid, everything becomes an enemy. Exactly. It's all about balance. It's all about balance. You know, it's that simple matter of what are we accomplishing right now? Like, really, like, what is being accomplished right now? What is actually physically, tangibly being done? The painful answer is nothing. We're still in the status quo. You know, everything is still managed decline. So at that point, you need to step back and think about your tactics and that what are we actually doing and are we being strayed away from where we're supposed to be doing? You know, because if you want the true answer to fixing your neighborhood, it's get to know your fucking neighborhood. Get to know the people around you. Get to know who's in charge of the treasury, who's the fucking sheriff. You know, you gotta be on some name level with your neighbors. You know, it's like earlier today, you know, just kind of like tie back to like an anecdote or something like that. My dad just had a reunion with all of his army buddies. You know, a bunch of the guys from his unit showed up and they all, you know, had a big party and all that. And he hadn't seen them in like 10, 20, some literally ever since they fucking deployed and got back, you know, that kind of shit. And that's kind of what you gotta do. Just have that day where you just want to hook up with somebody you haven't talked to in a while and talk to them like a human being and be like, hey man, how's it been? You know, you have to know people. You have to acknowledge humanity in some way because that's how you understand, like, what level are we at? Like, is this something that can be salvaged?
Basically. And the other thing about it is you know, that it's good to touch grass because you'll start to realize that, like, the world that is portrayed on the internet and the world that actually exists are two very different things.
Yeah. I'm playing video games and watching anime years back when I was 14. Yeah, it's best to have a breather. Man, life's short, so you have to make the most of it. Yeah. When and where's your dad serve? Iraq, 2004. Like just an equal amount of liberals and conservatives. Yeah. Well, you know, it's this thing of a lot of the time when you see these stories about like psycho teachers or people embezzling money and all that, they're not bad because political side. They're bad people using a political side because it gives them power and money. And that's been a factor that's been ignored too long, which is that people are focusing on the team color and not the fact of maybe they're just a shitty human being.
If you guys want to get the one thing that, and I think part of the reason that I have the perspective I'm from, or that I'm from Illinois, guys.
Yeah.
I'm specifically from Chicago originally. If you want to be not black pill, but like get that cold splash of water about political sides don't matter because all these guys are capable of being corrupt as fuck, look up the prison history of Illinois governors.
Yeah, exactly, you know.
It's bad. And it's both parties.
Yeah.
It's both parties.
Yeah, it's just kind of this thing where, and every time we bring this up, it's like, this is all escapism talk. This is what I mean. It's like, that is just an addiction at that point. It's like, dude, what are you getting done? Physically, what is being accomplished? What actual goal have you gotten that hasn't been someone handing it to you / someone else made a bunch of money off the issue? Because that's the reality of it, you know? That's the reality. It's like being convinced that you're fighting a battle when the battle isn't even fucking happening. And it's just to this degree of it's a large, elaborate play, and at some fucking point, something has to change, you know? We just keep repeating the cycle. The names just change over and over again, you know? It's like, look at Gamergate. Look at how many famous people in Gamergate, you know, came up, and look at where they are now, and look who replaced them. You know, it's all it's doing is cycling out names and faces, and the actual problem has still been there. Every other month, every other fucking year, it feels like they're stumbling into some new consultancy group that's fucking games up. Some new translation group that's fucking manga up. You know, it feels like It feels like to a point of like, after all the shit people had to do during Gamergate and all the shit that went down, why is this still happening? When I was 14, I was imagining some cool sci-fi shit that was just, what's a cool idea? And I kept on doing that. Yeah.
That's the way it should be done.
Yeah. As Dutch from Red Dead said, when I'm gone, they'll find another monster. They have to. They need to justify their wages. He was right. They didn't stop. They found another monster. Yeah.
And to be fair, there always will be one.
There always will be. The monster always changes its skin.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's people don't seem to understand human nature. That was part of the reason, like, why understanding history when you studied it in high school was so important. Why studying civics was so important. And I look online and I'm like, how the fuck? Because I didn't go to high school in Chicago. I went to high school kind of like out in the boonies. But how the fuck did I get a better education in the boonies of Illinois than most people in the rest of the fucking civilized part of the country did? What the fuck?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, yeah, you gotta have balance in life. You gotta be willing to. You gotta understand that you are not changing anything by sitting at your desk in your room being angry.
Yeah.
Shit, like, nothing's gonna change. All that's gonna happen is the only thing that's gonna change is your waistline.
Yeah. And your heart rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also just this thing of, there's so much more constructive stuff you can do. You know, it's like, with all the different fucking consultancy companies that are going around, why has no one tried to make their own? You know, why has nobody tried to make the connections and try to be like, oh yeah, no, I can advise you on this or something like that? Like, anytime the idea is profit up, it's by some asshole that's just going to swipe the money and run, but there's never been an earnest attempt at it. You know, it feels as if the solution we're told time and time again is just whine on Twitter. And hope maybe 4chan will pay attention to it, as if 4chan is even the still thing it was from back in the day, you know, when they took down Scientology, quote unquote, and all that. It's like, it is basically just praying for Superman. And it gets to a point of like, I mean, I get it. Superman's really cool. You know, he's fun. But, you know, it's like, past a certain point, you kind of start realizing, like, we can do other things. You know, we can be more involved in things. Like, hell, on top of CYBERPOP, do you want to know what I did?
What's up?
I found this little indie film in the UK. I say indie film. It was more like a short film. It's like a test concept thing. I found them, and I actually got to talking with the people involved with that, and I'm actually like helping them out with that. I'm gonna stay light on details until I'm able to finalize some things, but I was able to talk to them and make a connection there. You know, it's just this fun little thing I thought to do, and it was just this impulsive decision in the middle of the night. So it's this thing of, you have no idea what is possible if you just let yourself talk to people. You know, like, let yourself talk to people, make a connection, get an idea in your head, you know, something like that, you know?
If you actually want to make the world a little bit better, you will do so much, you will literally make so much more positive impact by doing constructive stuff than you're going to just sitting around being angry.
Because that's what everyone else does.
Yeah, like I think of everybody that I know that I've met in my lifetime that have had a positive effect on people I care about. They're never like people that we would define as being like super important to history.
Yeah.
Right. One good example is, I'm very doting on my oldest niece and nephew. They're both in their 20s now. Again, I know I'm an old man.
Yeah, it fucks with you.
But I'm so proud of them. But a big part about one thing that really helped them out and helped them grow was my stepsister's current husband, or third husband, Shane. And his willingness to be responsible and to be moral. Shane is just a really good guy. I love that dude. Like I like all my brothers-in-law, but he might be my favorite of the now three. I had to think about it. Largely because it was bare bones, salt of the earth shit. He goes to work and he works hard. He comes home, takes care of his wife, takes care of his stepkids, and is just a good man.
Yeah.
You don't and he had a better effect on their lives than just about anybody else did.
Yeah.
And it's very possible to anybody that is in the chat right now to have that kind of a positive effect on people.
Yeah.
You know? And that's just one of those things that I think to myself, it's like it sounds hokey, it sounds maybe a little gay. I don't give a fuck. I love, legitimately love making people's day better.
Yeah.
Somebody says, yeah, this video that you did really, really hit at the right time. This is a really fun watch. I had a lot of fun doing it. Dude, that's amazing. I love it. I'm addicted to it. And because I feel like I'm doing something positive for people. This fucking Pavlovian anger that people are getting stuck in. I hate to see it. I really would love to see people break free of it, do constructive shit, because your life is going to be that much more fulfilling. You're going to have that much more fun, and you'll still find time to be informed on the issues. And you'll still find, because everybody reads the news.
Yeah.
You know? But, you'll still find time. But you'll probably enjoy your life better if you get hitched and have a couple kids and do positive shit.
Yeah. Yeah, go on Makeshift. For example, an Aussie surgeon made a movie. He ended up directing Happy Feet in a little movie called Mad Max. He took the chance, succeeded. Exactly. George Miller. Superman's cool, but he's absolutely fucking Clark Kent. How many times are you going to get a positive story from that guy? See, you're not a true Superman truther. Everyone knows Superman is actually Bruce Wayne, and he's gay lovers of Clark Kent. Get on my level.
Superman doesn't wear glasses.
Exactly. Does anyone ask when the shipping day is? Just wanted to have dinner with my family. Yeah, to kind of tie it all back once again to CYBERPOP, because this is our attempt at giving you guys something enjoyable. Our goal is have it all sent off by the printer in October, and around October, kind of hard to give a solid date, but maybe around the 28th.
Yeah, I'm hoping to have it hitting doors in October, and I want it I don't know if we'll get there, but this is the goal I'm setting, is by the end of October.
Yeah.
Everything has hit people's doors and people are reading it and loving it.
Exactly. So that is our goal. It'll be great. That's what we're going to be working on. We just got to prep you guys for this is fun. This is fun. You're having fun, right? Clark Kent's actually Batman. He wears gimp suits. I like how the cameo appearance of Haman Karn in 0083 manga is just a big panel of her fat ass before she even speaks. It's Pete Kino. Damn it, Micah, you broke the waifu list.
Dude, I'm great with that. People don't realize Haman Karn's the fucking truth. People lecture me on fucking oh, you want to watch this whatever titty anime? It's dude, some of the hottest fucking anime women you will find are not in the fucking titty animes.
Yeah.
For Haman Karn is a good example. Casca's another.
Yeah. See, it would be more fun if you just give me the Rachel cut, just Rachel panels only books. Well, you know what? You guys been waiting long enough, so I feel like I can show some more stuff. So,
we got so into conversation. We meant to be playing. We were supposed to be playing a video game.
Yeah, we completely. We were meant to play a game because I had Left 4 Dead 2 loaded up, and it was oh yeah, we can play that, and yeah, that didn't end up happening.
Or Space Marine, yeah.
Yeah. But here, so one of the reasons we pushed everything back is because For one, we needed a template for the background pages, which Manuel got done. It looks nice. It looks nice for what we need to do. But more than that, what was driving him nuts above all else was that first cover. It just, for some reason, was fucking with him. It just didn't turn out the way he wanted. He wanted to go back and redo it. So we're like, you know what? It's fine. Everything's already done. We'll spend a little bit more time for you to get that done so you're comfortable with it. You know, that kind of thing. So he got the new first cover done. I think it looks pretty good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, Killing Floor would be a good stream some time ago. To be fair, Killing Floor 1's fucking awesome.
Just not the third one.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And you still got time for Left 4 Dead 2 unless you're adding the Masume mods. Rachel doesn't get boyfriends because she's crippled. She doesn't get them because she's way too explicit with them to the point that it scares them. Yeah, dope as fuck. Yeah. As stated, it looks really good. Menio put his heart into it. And the chin is sharp. That's gourmet shit. Yeah, exactly. You know, this is the stuff we're excited about. This is the stuff we can't wait to get done and get worked on because it'll be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. All we got to do is organize it and send orders out, which won't take too long. Man, she's so badass. Yeah. And tongue click nice. But yeah, you know, it's really good. And let me go ahead and I'm going to load the second one up. Where's it? Oh, there it is. Staring right at it. Okay. So this one is unfinished. Very obviously it's unfinished. This is the one that our super secret special friend people totally didn't guess earlier got done. So I will go ahead and hide that one. This one has potential to look fucking sick. Fucking sick. Because you can already see the meat and potatoes of it. Shut up, Rachel, I'm aura farming. Another one, group of office workers, after watching the Sex Pistols start a punk band, they would become Joy Division New Order. They start out with no idea how to play. Exactly. And hit that Vampirella vibe. Me and Micah are totally different people. I enjoy making people's day a little bit awful. Gives me evil power. Yeah, there is potential. And yeah, you know for a fact once it's done, I'm going to be showing it off because I can't help myself. But yeah, the lines already are pretty dope. Working on My Hero fan fiction. Yes, I know, don't laugh. I like the setting of the series, but the ending was disappointing. Some characters need a reality check. Well, you can segue it into being its own original thing if you change enough of it. You have my interest, now you have my attention. Yeah. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff in the works that's going to be super dope. It's going to be super dope. Also got a... where did I put... God damn it. I always lose track of the folder. It always goes missing. God, I know for a fact I put it somewhere. You know what? It might be in my downloads. Let me make sure. Yep, it was in my downloads. Awesome. So, which one... I think I've shown all of these off at some degree. But you know what? I'll do a refresher for people who might not have seen it. To kind of make it clear on what I mean by the enthusiasm for this has been batshit nuts. This will always be my golden example. My golden example for holy shit, this thing isn't even done yet. What the fuck? Will forever be the dude doing a 3D print statue of Yuki. That will forever be the shining example of, all right, people are pretty enthusiastic.
To say the least.
Yeah. Yeah, computer's the tech version of Gort's house. If anyone gets that reference, you're awesome. Yeah. Judge Mother Rise my Levi's. You have my attention. But yeah, it's like this is something that someone made when we had like maybe 15 pages done, but because he was super hyped by what he saw already, it's like, this is what I mean by you have no idea what you can stumble into if you let yourself stumble into it, Like it can be a fun as hell road. Fun as hell. Angry Green Boss, $5. Want to know how I know this comic will be good? It's not done by Vito. That also helps. I thought he was a pretty good character in The Godfather, though. Is her arm a sword or is she holding one? She can turn her arm into a sword in the first issue. Mike, I'm wondering, with Doug Bowser leaving Nintendo, are you sad to see him go? Are you glad he's gone? Do you think the new CEO will do anything better for Nintendo?
I don't expect Nintendo to improve at all, to be honest with you. I think that their biggest problems, and I think the Pal World lawsuit is a really good example of this, are not with like necessarily the American branch, though there's obvious problems there too. I've always been of the opinion that Nintendo fucking sucks, and I've thought that of them for a very long time. So
yeah, the games are great. The company itself are assholes.
Oh, huge assholes.
Your thoughts on any game Pigface? I played the demo. The demo's kind of fun, but it kind of needs to work on the gore. It doesn't feel gnarly enough. I'm a gore junkie, if it's not obvious. Doing fan art for your book has been great to expand my horizons in art. Hope the comic does well. Exactly. It's fun. I like seeing the different fan things people done. Russian Comic Book Geek literally begging me to let him do a video on it. I'm like, fucking okay. But this is what I mean. If you let yourself have fun, you can have fun. And you have no idea how far it can go. Just allow yourself that little 5-minute, I could do it. It could be fun. I mean, how many people buy lottery tickets fantasizing about what could be done with it? Same principle.
Yeah.
But on that note, I believe it is finally time to close it out. It's like 2 a.m. where I'm at, so it's about, show off some fan art. Why not? It can be kind of our celebratory thing. So, here's one I really liked. I'm pretty sure Kanan did this one too. Not Kanan White, Kanan Bull, the guy who just said he did fan art for it. If not him, I do have the person who made it. I just got to remember where I put their source. And stream, not just yet. Right now, we're just closing out the campaign. Is here that done last? Is gonna be the CEO? Yeah, like I said, I have no idea who she is. Let's see.
Yep, same here.
Yeah, time for fan art. Exactly. It's our celebratory thing. We get to celebrate as the campaign closes out. Yeah, the guts close up. Yeah, exactly. Like, more than a few people noted the guts inspirations.
Yeah.
And,
all right, guys. So we are at 35K.
Yep.
So, last call. I'm going to hit a button on the campaign that is going to pull us out of it. So, at this point, you've got until probably by the end of today, because today being Sunday.
Yeah.
To secure a copy of this version, if you haven't already. This version is going to have the fan art in it. It's going to have the storyboards. It's going to have a foreword written by Loli about the book itself, the creation of it.
I got the forward and afterward.
Yes, and an afterward as well. All this fun stuff as well. That's what the Indiegogo version's got over anything else. So if you haven't picked it up yet, literally last call. So if you're watching this and you're watching the VOD, check to see if it's still up. If you haven't already, and yeah.
Yeah, it's time to close down the shop. Exactly. We're giving people this last call before you have to get back in your car while, intoxicated.
Yep. So from what Indiegogo is saying, because the message that they sent back has said, request is being processed. Please allow 3 business days.
Yep.
So that means the latest you might be able to get a copy would be the 1st of October.
Yep, Wednesday.
Yep, but at this point, we're going to put together the print file, get all the bonus features. It's probably going to be like 14 or some odd pages of it. It wouldn't surprise me.
About.
Plus it's already a 70-something page book, so it's a pretty hefty one.
Yeah.
So, now, basically, we're at the bar. It's last call.
Yeah. Also, I'm showing off the one that Bull did, the one that he had so much fun doing. Yeah. As stated, the amount of enthusiasm people had for this, it's fucking nuts. Fucking nuts.
Yeah.
But that's a very good thing, because that means we got something here. We got something. I love support, but I have no money, so I'll wait for the Russian Combo Geek vid. Oh, yeah, he's fucking bouncing off the walls waiting for it. He's super excited. Still planning to stream on Monday, or delaying it? I mean, there's no reason to delay it, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, the hype is real. Exactly, the hype is real. So you have 3 more days just because Indiegogo's deciding, like, oh, yeah, no, you don't get your dramatic closeout. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I love Yuki's hair in this. Yeah, it's really nice. Really nice. Very good stuff. I have had a ton of fun doing this. I've had a ton of fun batting different ideas back and forth in my head. 1 kill in the second issue, you straight up compared it to, like, Genocyber.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's a very specific scene in Genocyber where it's like, yeah. But I love stuff like that. It's like, I like macabre and fucked up gory stuff. And there will only be more.
Indeed.
Another one, a guy in the 60s got studio time and got a couple of his friends. He created a new band using their names, Mick Fleetwood and John McAfee, Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. All sorts of these crazy stories of just the right people in the right place at the right time. So
that's really all it takes.
Yeah. So technically closed shop on Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday, yeah. But we have officially put it in now to where it's going to be closed out by then. Important question is, Yuki, top, bottom, or switch? You do not want to know that answer. All I will say is top, and you will not survive. Any thoughts on Gorillaz? Last few albums have kind of sucked, but I'll forever love Feel Good Inc.
My favorite, not my favorite bass line to play, but one of them.
It's really good. Legit happy for you. Might have missed my JLPT test registration deadline like an idiot, but this has pushed me to finish skeletons of characters for my future light novel. Yeah. Like I said, you have no idea how far it can go if you just let yourself do it. Not with that attitude. Is Rachel top, bottom, or switch? I'll leave that up as a spoiler. That'll be my official answer. It will be plot relevant.
Well, her legs don't work, so they're like.
Damn it! You spoiled
her
it.
Her options are limited.
People weren't supposed to know she's crippled. Look, Demon
by
Days
the
is
way,
cool.
one thing to let people know, because somebody asked me my favorite '80s anime, probably Zeta Gundam, but there will be more waifus.
There will. There will.
Which that also means, and because we've already talked about this too, there will be more Dakis.
I'll take the odds going up against Yuki. Yeah. Pillow Princess. Yeah, damn it, Micah. Yeah, it's like, well, I've explained it before, like, CYBERPOP has a lot of girl with gun inspiration. With girl guns, an actual like genre in anime where it's all about like hot women have guns, and that's basically it. Your Black Lagoons, things like that.
Gunsmith Cats.
City Hunter to a degree. It is this thing where it's a very fun genre, and it's been in a lot of stuff I watched as a kid, even if I didn't know it. You had stuff like Ghost in the Shell, Gunsmith Cats, Cowboy Bebop, you had Faye. It just always popped up, and it's just kind of one of those things, Another one of the reasons why I'm like, why would I ever write about some douchebag that's meant to be me when I can make a super hot chick with a gun fight a bunch of monsters? That sounds awesome. Do we have Art of Evil Woman? Do we have Dockies with Evil Woman? Not yet, but...
One of them has a cameo in this book.
Yeah. One of them has a cameo. The next one, you're going to get a tease. And as it goes on, there'll be more and more. You have no idea how aggressive cry women are in bed. Doesn't matter if the legs don't work. They'll eternally be top. It will be the only chance to dominate someone. And one thing I will say, just to make it clear, like, as much as we make jokes like this, don't expect a lot of, like, sexual fan service. Just because that's not really the vibe we want to shoot for.
Yeah. It's fun to meme about, but... There is an interesting story that we're trying to tell here.
Yeah. It's just kind of one of those things. It's like, it's fun to be goofy and make jokes and do all that, but like, and any kind of nudity, anything like that, I'd like to believe I could do it tastefully. Will Evil Woman enjoy stepping on me? Lolly questions. I mean, that's a tasteful question, and yes. But you get the point. This is something that we've been kind of tinkering with and figuring things out about, and as we go on, it'll be more fun to build up. Yeah, gore and gun action's enough sexual fan service for me. Exactly, But you sold Dockies.
That is true.
That is true, but that's why you want the restraint. It's having a dash of garlic in a dish. You don't want it all to be garlic. Whether Rachel or Yuki go on a date with me, I'll get in contact with VN developers. I can make this work. Kicking out Gooners. He's lost half the chat. Lost half the chat. Oh, the Gooners are still welcome. It's just one of those of it's going to be more, as to tastefully goon. It's not going to be full-fledged goon, but you can enjoy a little bit of it.
We're not making cross-ange over here.
Yeah, it's. Valkyrie Tribe Mermaid, to me, it's a little bit too far, but, So something that's just meant to be fun. Oops, all garlic, yeah. Fun fact for this artwork, I based the gun on a Scar H and a bit of a 40k auto gun. Also, I did Rachel R2 a little bit after I did this Yuki artwork. Yeah. Zim does about $10, and people are talking about Space Marine 2. I remembered something. YouTuber I follow posted his latest audio drama of Star Wars and 40k crossover. The Tau Empire ends up in the Star Wars galaxy.
See, that's more interesting to me than the Imperium against, like, fucking Star Wars.
Yeah. Because, like, the Tau are a bunch of weird fucking commie hippies.
Yeah, and to be honest, their tech is very Star Wars-y.
Yeah.
More like, people call it compared to Gundam. It's not really like Gundam. It's like... It's more like dollar store Patlabor.
A little bit.
And, but they come across like they would actually they would have fit better, or at least the original version of the Tau would have fit better in Star Wars than they would have 40k. Nowadays they fit a lot better because they added some complication with them, with the Farside enclaves and them, like, the main Tau Empire, like, brainwashing people and fucking genociding people for trying to, leave the bullshit caste system the Tau has and go side with Farside. And
yeah,
it's a lot better than it used to be. I still fucking hate the Tau, but at least they fit better than they used to.
Yeah. Look, waifu dungeon be flooded with Yuki and Rachel artwork. I am fully okay with people doing it. I'm fully okay. You guys both know the best character in Control Theory is the robot Glitchy. I do like the people latched on to Glitchy, like, immediately. That is very fun.
Yeah, I had a feeling people would.
Yeah. Well, it's the cutesy robot character. Everyone loves them. I'm an honest degenerate, so I respect your decision not doing suggestive artwork. You guys are all about violence and action. Yeah. Like I said, it's just kind of a matter of... I wanted to base it off... kind of like the elitist style, in that any kind of nudity is just kind of incidental, as in a character just happens to be naked, that kind of thing.
Yeah, because Alita has her moments in Battle Angel Alita, but
yeah.
sometimes the best bits are just her being drawn pretty.
Yeah. Plus,
Because like there's this shot of her when she first gets the Imaginos body at the beginning of Last Order. There's this shot of her like turning around, looking over her shoulder, and she's clothed, but it's like a skin tight outfit, and you just see all the muscles in her back.
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that's the shot right there.
Yeah, it's great. It's that tastefulness. Glitchy was my purpose. You give beer. Oh my god. but yeah, it's stuff like that. I think this will be a lot of fun, and as it builds up more and more, and people are able to talk about more of what's going on and what they think is going to happen, people will love this. Question for Micah: since you write novellas, have you written a manuscript for them, or do you head straight to the font composition that's printed in?
Oh god, my process is a little bit more complex than that. So I'm big on outlines. The first thing I do whenever I start is I write an outline for how I want the story to play out, and then that is the loose foundation for everything that I do after that. But the novella that I wrote, which you can buy now on Amazon, shameless plug, it's called Everything Went Black. And no, it's not a story about Lisa Ann's porn career. The somebody's gonna get that joke, and it's gonna be great. But it's a horror story set in England, and the big thing with that novella is it's told diary style, like The Call of Cthulhu, or well, a lot of Lovecraft stuff. Shadow over Innsmouth. I'm big on Lovecraft.
Yeah.
A lot of it more so in like the way that I composed those was because I've got a little acting experience. I was a theater kid for a little bit in high school. I transitioned from music to theater and really enjoyed acting. And I learned how to put myself into another character's head. And that's effectively what I did, is I would put myself into the character's head and just be like, okay, how did their day go?
Yeah.
And this is where I'm starting, and this is where I want to end. And then we shift to the next character, same thing. And by the end of it, there's some people in the chat who are also in my Discord server. I think Angry Green Boss is still here. I was a depressed fucking wreck when I finished that book. Because it's a horror story. Yeah. I was like, oh god, I want to die. But it came out really good. So, but it's one of those, like, that's my process. I'm one of those kind of writers that I get so immersed into how I want the character to act that I'm kind of projecting myself behind their eyes, which is a really, again, it's very hokey, artsy fartsy way of describing it, but that's literally what I do. And I think it works really well because it allows me to like shift perspective and try to make what they do that much more organic. And just like how they would speak, their mannerisms, how things would change. Like, to use another example from this recent novella, like one thing that I did was, it's both people that are writing, because again, this is the Lovecraft influence, are learned people. One person is a recent graduate from Berkeley. Okay, which isn't that learned, but she's an occult studies major, and was a good student. So she actually gave a shit about her studies. But she knows enough about stuff to be dangerous. We all know that kind of person. And it's about like her sort of, so she speaks a very specific way. She speaks like this energetic Californian girl who is smart enough to get a degree in something. And as the horrible things in the book start to happen, her language starts to break down. And I think that was part of the way that I was able to kind of like get that, was because I was in her head. I knew she was what she was feeling in that exact moment, and like there's points where like there's this subtle change where you start to see like her language is very not really prim and proper, but she's very polite girl, very very nice, bubbly is another way I would put it.
Yeah.
And as things start to break down and things start to go very wrong, because like her whole reason for being there and trying to explore these ruins, because she wants to make the archaeological find of the century. She wants to write a book on it because she's kind of aware of that her parents are actually telling her, "You're not going to make any fucking money with an occult studies degree." So she's aware of it, so she wants to use it to write a book and to make money that way. And she, they find these underground ruins, everything's going wrong, and her language changes in very subtle ways as the ruins start to affect her and the people around her. I took a little bit from, admittedly, like some found footage stuff. Like I noticed, have you ever seen As Above, So Below?
Yeah.
You'll notice like as they get further into what happens in that, the language shifts and how they're talking to each other, how they address each other, the aggressiveness, the stress levels, so on and so forth. I wanted to make sure that was reflected, and that was the best way to do it. And the second character that comes in is a psychologist. And luckily, I took quite a few classes on psychology when I was in college, so I kind of had an idea of like how to talk like somebody in that profession. And as she's trying to uncover what the fuck happened, so yeah, it's that's how I do it, and it's overly complicated, and it's not necessarily something I can really recommend to everybody, but maybe it'll work for you.
Yeah, if it works,
outline
it works.
and just outline the story, put yourself behind the eyes of the character whenever you're writing their dialogue, and just try to be the fly on the wall. And you'll notice, at the very least, just try to be the fly on the wall, and you'll notice that things will feel that much better, because oftentimes the best dialogue that you see, like Clerks is a really good example of this.
Yeah.
Is when you feel like a fly on the wall, because if anybody has worked in that kind of a job, you realize, yeah, that kind of is how people talk.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like if anyone worked retail in any shape or form and you watch Clerks, you'll remember entire fucking conversations. It's like, yep, we said that. Yep, we did that. Yeah, that happened.
My best friend is kind of like Randall.
Yeah.
He grew up and got married and shit, so he matured as a person, but
yeah, but like at that time, yeah.
Yeah. At the time, we were kind of a bit of a Randall and Dante sort of a situation. Though I was never that high strung, thank God.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, as Mike has seen My Brother in Christ, yeah, the fake sitcom we bullshitted one stream, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. It was funny as fuck actually getting it up on IMDb.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
And no, I am not a communist. I studied theology and philosophy primarily in college. But I did take, like Psych 101 was a required class, and then I also took 201.
Yeah. And yeah, people are noting the fan art on here. This was sent to somebody. Oh, this was sent to me by somebody on Twitter, and yeah, they made a little tiny little comic on it. It looks really cute.
I love the Yuki with their tongue stuck out. It's
great.
It's very her.
Yeah, I feel like people understand the bit with the character already. It's like okay. It's like kind of it could be an absolute brat one moment, and then the most terrifying fucking thing you ever ran into the next. Like. There is a little bit of Harley Quinn in there. I will admit, a little bit of Harley, because I fucking love Batman the Animated Series when I was a kid. It's still good.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Once again, to kind of tease the second script that we are currently working on, like, we completely redid the intro to it just because we felt like all right, the intro as it is now is not bad, but this would be better if we waited and kind of built something, used something else to build up to it first. So what I replaced it with is like a straight up fucking slasher movie.
Yeah, the way that we formatted it definitely, I think, felt kind of fit the pace we needed.
I ended up liking it more, yeah. Just because because you see a little bit of Yuki pre the events of this story, where you kind of see like what was her job like before all this, and yeah, you understand that like, oh shit, it could get that bad. Like I have too much fun thinking of like different fucked up ways to kill people.
Oh yeah, it's admittedly a blast.
Yeah. No, she's not cool and sometimes hot. Yeah. I'll tell Mike about how he got My Brother in Christ on IMDb. Yeah, I just said that. We managed to get on IMDb, and people made like episode reviews and shit like that. It was great.
Yeah, I remember part of that stream. I wasn't awake for all of it. I hate to say this, my sleep schedule rotates. I've never been able to stop it as long as I've been alive. Unless like I take like an ungodly amount of melatonin.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to do that because I don't want to fuck up my brain chemistry.
Yeah, you don't need Alzheimer's that quick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but sometimes I'm here for the whole stream. Other time, you'll see me in chat. I'll make myself known.
Yeah, pop in, show your face, that whole thing.
Yeah, but sometimes I am just watching while I'm laying in bed, and I'm like
waiting to pass out.
Yeah, I'm gone. I'm off in dreamland, like banging Revy from Black Lagoon and trying to survive the experience. You know, like it's just.
Yeah, you know, just trying to be like, all right, I just need background noise so I can pass out. You know, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, I fully get it, because sometimes I do it too. My usual go-to is I'll put on like Manly Badass Hero or something like that and fall asleep to that. Because he has a good channel.
Yeah.
But anyway, it is still fun. It is still fun as fuck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she made Brat an absolutely terrifying Zuki, really Kirsch's long-lost Japanese half-sister. Zuki, Kirsch's Junichiro Hill.
One thing with Yuki, she can be an absolute sweetheart.
Yeah. And I am going to include more moments like that, because I do think they are fun, and it keeps you guessing, like, what is the real her? Like, what is the character, and this is just how she is? Because that's been kind of the most fun for me so far. It's like, I like a lot of the concepts I got set up for her, and all that. I think it's gonna be great. Yeah, screw up sleep schedule. Talk at 2 a.m. Yeah.
My life in a nutshell.
Yeah. But we have a lot of fun with this. We have a lot of fun. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be great. Yeah, I use Manly in sleep sometimes too. Yeah. Yeah, she's Valentine Bear with an AK. Yeah, exactly. It's like the whole point about it is that kind of feeling of like doing a marathon through a minefield. Like what is the one subject where out of nowhere things aren't fun anymore? Because you see some hints of that in the first issue alone. The second issue, there's going to be more of it. It's like I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm having a lot of fun.
She definitely catches like that. There are just some people you will meet. I'll admit, I'm actually one of these people that they just have that button.
Yeah.
And when you press it, you don't realize you just hit the fucking, like hitting the football like a nuke. Like,
yeah.
Like, why am I hearing boss music?
Exactly. You know, and that is kind of a source of tension I kind of want to pull on. You know, it's the fact of these two are stuck together, and that if any of them try to go out on their own, they're probably going to die really quick. But at the same time, how long until they're actually able to like get past any kind of slight? You know, they're still basically strangers. So you guys started printing today? No, we're closing it out, and all the details be sent over this month, and hopefully it'll be in your guys' hands by October.
Yeah, my hope by the end of the week, I haven't set together my weekly goals yet, but my hope is by the end of the week, we've got the print file set up. I've sent it over to our printer, and then it'll get sent to the fulfillment guy, because the fulfillment guy is in Arkansas.
Yeah.
And he and I have already worked out the logistics of how it's gonna work and all this other stuff and all that fun stuff and yeah. So, and printing, usually the turnaround is like once we send the print file over, it'll take like up to a week
Yeah.
for it to get done, because it's a printing shop. They're always printing a bunch of stuff, so it's not, and they might have bigger orders to process. But the one thing I can vouch for is that the print quality from this printer is excellent.
Yeah. You guys get the good shit.
That's the other benefit of the Indiegogo campaigns, is that, like, not knocking anybody else, but honestly, you can, like, when you print independently, you can kind of control the quality much more precisely. And in the future, one thing I'm hoping to do is also, like, integrate other little benefits to it, like spot UV printing for the Indiegogo campaign and stuff like that. Little things that just go a long way to make it even more special.
Yeah. And as stated, hopefully if this takes off, we can make it bigger and better each time. It'll be fantastic. Because that's always the goal. The goal is you always want to escalate for each one. Each one you want to make feel bigger than the last.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully, you guys will enjoy what we got. It'll be fantastic. I won't be able to buy a copy this time around, but congratulations success of the campaign. Yeah! Was Rich providing the dynamic that helps them in their journey that Yuki can't? She's basically the humanity, in that Yuki as a character, Este, is somebody that doesn't really know how to be human anymore because of everything she's done and everything that she's kind of viewing with herself. Rachel is someone that can't be anything but human. I mean, she's a coward, she's a drunkard, like she's depressive, it's Rachel being so pathetic, ironically, is what helps kind of ground Yuki in the sense of, oh my God, that's what I could have been. But yeah, I think we've had a good night tonight. I would say we've had a pretty good night tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And like I said,
the only thing that I'm missing out on is that a gag that I was going to do is if we fired up Space Marine 2,
yeah.
the heroic skin that they got for the Space Wolves literally has a wolf helmet. So I was going to just stalk behind you, just going bow bow, bow bow, bow bow.
Bow bow. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And obviously on the day printing actually starts, we could set up another celebratory stream, kind of do all that. That'd be fun.
I'd be down, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. May not be able to get a copy now, but hope to get one at some point. Yeah, 100%. We want to set something up to where people can do like print on demand and things like that, to where they can buy a copy in case they weren't able to back. Because I mean, the campaigns are literally meant to be investments. Not everyone's going to have that ability to, So we fully understand that, and we want people to know about this. We don't want it to feel like an exclusive thing. It's not supposed to. It's meant to go as many people as possible. But
exactly.
But as it stands now, we're focusing on the backers because they helped create this in the first place. They kept Manito paid and sane during his time of having to juggle this in college and a bunch of other real life stuff. It's like, that motherfucker bled for this.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Did my fan art make it to you? Was Yuki in a room full of blood had a guitar in it? I think I have it in my folder. Let me check. Yeah. Here, I'll show it off since he's here. Here we go. Like I said, just the amount of enthusiasm people have had for this. It makes me happy. Final question, is Waffle House the same in CYBERPOP? The Waffle House Index.
Let's be honest, if there's any one restaurant that would survive perfectly in a cyberpunk future, it's fucking Waffle House.
Yeah. You walk in and it's like nothing ever changed.
That's why I love it.
Yeah. CyberPop made chat love fat ass cripples and not large breasted giantesses. The psyop is complete. but yeah, you know, it's like I am happy that people are happy with this. And hopefully with the rate things are going, with how enthusiastic people are, it means that we have something here that we know can get somewhere, and we just have to make sure not to fuck it up. Which I feel like is a pretty safe bet. Waffle House sweep. but yeah, so this kind of meant to be like a celebration thing for all the people that got us this, you know, got us here this far, and kind of a big thank you to everybody. And it's like, hell yeah. We did great with this. It looks foreboding. But
yep. More to come.
Yeah, more to come.
Sure.
But on that note, I'm about ready to wrap up if you are.
Absolutely. I need to get some sleep.
Yeah. So thank to everybody who showed up. Micah took some time to be here with us tonight, and it was a lot of fun. We were able to explain more of our plans with CyberPop, where we want to go. We managed to go on more than a few tangents that have completely derailed our points, but it's fine.
Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. It's fine. And who knows where this can go? Who knows where it can go? We are on the cusp of discovery, my friends. We can discover the new continent. We will get that Temple of Gold. But on that note, I'm calling it here. Micah, would you like to say goodbye?
See you guys later.
All right. See you guys.
For your information, video signal is live. Please continue. Over.
We'll continue. Ready to get some large rocks.
Roger that. Please proceed with caution. Over.
Spoils of the weakest, gather out the wolves of the north, the flies of the east, the birds of the south, the snakes of the west. Death to the holy.